Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you could never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandering, trying to get the black votes. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pop the pit. Mike Bloomberg is sub thick with that stop and frisk. Bitch, you ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, and get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man make them dark. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the day. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world. But
Greetings, Black family, greetings. And thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I am your host, Che Nkrumah. We're joined with the other host, Lady Che. She's asleep right now, but when she wakes up, she'll be joining us. And on this Season 5, Episode 13, continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in Part 3. And those are, let me pull it up, so just close out a whole window so the computer didn't crash again on me. Yeah, my phone just completely died. Get this going. So on the Season 13 continuation of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics. The first one is R. Kelly is a serious danger after another attempt on his life. Nigerian admits her life wouldn't be great without FBAs. Now, that's the truth. They don't want to hear. Are Trump's ICE raids targeting Asians? Illegals deported back to Sudan after Supreme Court rules in favor of the dump, aka Trump. The dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear. Lions were just given, billions were just given to illegal migrants in Illinois by Governor J.B. Pritzker. What the fuck? Trump goes off on Israel and Iran over ceasefire talks. The mother of Tamir Rice speaks out. And last but certainly not least, we got our Unhoused neighbor news and our illegal migrant news. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. The links to our platforms are in the description, along with Pooh Keezies, who does the intro, and Jay Militant, who's a regular contributor and viewer of the program. So appreciate y'all. Hop right into it. R. Kelly's life is being threatened. Everybody wants to sleep on me. Okay. This is from Too Raw for TV. He's going to give us an update on that. Shout out to Too Raw for TV, aka Palmetto Star. Sorry, if you hear crackling in the back, that's me cooking.
What's up, YouTube? This is Too Raw for TV. All right, so before I get into this video, I want to give a shout out to a couple more subscribers for showing love. Shout out to the brother James Anderson for the $20 donation via the PayPal. He says, for Too Raw, salute. MJ is the GOAT. But I can't act like LeBron James hasn't put the work in for 20 years. No blue blood college, didn't play for a Hall of Fame coach with 8 McDonald's All-Americans on a team, didn't go into the NBA with McAdoo, Jerry West, Dr. J, Moses Malone, Bill Russell, etc. They're all ready to show him the ropes. Not a huge LeBron James fan, but I got to tell the truth because of the game itself. I mean, look, I don't deny, and I've never denied that he wasn't a great player. And much of what you talk about is why I admire LeBron James so much the first 7 years of his career. The way he was able to, at age 18, make the leap from from high school to the pros. And at the time, he did something that we had never seen before. We had never seen an 18-year-old make that quick adjustment to the league, and to not only meet but exceed expectations, and to quickly become one of the best players, and then ultimately maybe one of the top 2 players in the league along with Kobe Bryant. Yeah, he was amazing, man. But the way that he's disgraced himself with his actions, with his antics, the fact that I strongly suspect, like many of us strongly suspect, that he is enhancing his career and prolonging his career through artificial means. We can't prove it yet, but there's a strong suspicion that he's doing it. And, the way that the media fawns over him, praises him, idolizes him, worships him, to the point where there needs to be a counterbalance where people should hold him accountable for when he fails. But when you do it, somehow you're hating on him. Somehow you're committing some type of, crime against humanity when you do it. And it's unfortunate. It really is. But I get what you're saying. I truly appreciate it. You taking up for him, what I'm saying? He is great. So salute to you. Also, shout out to the brother Sheldon Lamey for the $20 donation via the PayPal. He says, I watch your content and keep staying on those LeBrick fans and stay on the Balco James helmet. Absolutely. I will do so every goddamn day. So let's get to the meat of the coconut here, man. So let's talk about R. Kelly. And R. Kelly, according to reports, overdosed on medication given to him by prison officials, right? Now, supposedly, R. Kelly has some health issues. I mean, he's 58 years old. I think they said that he has some blood clots in his leg, right? So they was giving him medication that's supposed to be aiding in, I guess, dissolving the clots or aiding in controlling and managing the situation. But R. Kelly's team feels like that prison officials are trying to unalive him on purpose, okay? Now, if this seems kind of weird to you, like deja vu-ish, it's because you may remember just last week I did a video on this channel talking about how R. Kelly and his team were petitioning for him to be released because they said that someone's trying to kill him. Okay? Now, it's not just a wild, outlandish, a claim. Remember, there is a prisoner who was a member of the Aryan Nation who was transferred from Arizona to North Carolina with the goal of supposedly trying to unalive R. Kelly. All right? Well, I just said kill, so I'm not going to say that anymore. So supposedly, this prisoner who has terminal cancer was transferred from Arizona to North Carolina and then transferred to R. Kelly's unit in that North Carolina prison, so he can be close to R. Kelly, know his movements, his whereabouts, and how he, And the guy had a change of heart. Matter of fact, he said a prison guard. I'm talking about the white supremacist. He said a prison guard came to him and said to him, like, when he noticed that he hadn't attempted the deed yet, he said, "Look, you got to do what you came here for." Now, this is coming from that prisoner, not R. Kelly and his team. This was a third party verifying this. And I find it interesting the media didn't really talk much about this. What happened to the investigative media of the past? It's funny. When the media is interested in something that actually benefits them, you know what I'm saying? All of a sudden they could be active as journalists. But with this situation, it's like, oh, well, they either report it and keep it moving or they ignore it. So the thing is, this was the deal, supposedly. If the prisoner killed R. Kelly, he would gain his freedom to live out his remaining days with his family. So what would happen is somehow prison officials would botch the case, they would lose evidence or whatever. Somehow they would botch the case on purpose. And then when they had their hands in their pockets and they turned with the door wide open, right? Somehow he would escape. They wouldn't see him, even if he's hacking and coughing all over the place. But he'll somehow escape. And man, this guy just is so elusive. We just can't find this guy, and he'll be able to live out his life. That was the deal. But he had a change of heart. Now, all of a sudden, R. Kelly, in isolation because he's paranoid and fearing that people are trying to kill him, is given a near fatal overdose of medication. I don't know about you guys, but I strongly suspect that they're trying to kill R. Kelly. And I know a lot of people will be like, well, who gives a shit? Why do you care, Too Raw? You know what the hell he was accused of. And, it's not even really about, R. Kelly at this point. And I keep trying to tell people when I do videos like that, it's not really about them. I could give a shit about R. Kelly. I know what the fuck he is. He's a piece of shit. I don't really listen to his music anymore because he's a piece of shit, right? But I do believe that they're trying to kill him. And I said this before. There's a link between the prison system or the prison industrial complex and the music industry. Because we got to look at it like this. If you are Interscope Records, who owns R. Kelly's music rights, isn't he more valuable dead at this point than alive? He's more valuable dead than alive. So I've always heard about the music industry having their hit squads. I've always been suspicious of Michael Jackson's death and Prince's death and Whitney Houston's. The music industry has a long history, in my opinion, of unaliving music artists for short-term, immense personal profit, especially when the artists are Black. All you gotta do is look to see who owns R. Kelly's music rights. And you look and you see Interscope Records, who are also owned by UMG, right? And you gotta look at this situation in its totality. Isn't it kind of funny? Isn't it kind of funny how Tory Lanez was almost unalived? You know what I'm saying? Then you look at R. Kelly, and this is happening to him. So, you're like, what's going on here? Is it that the motive? Is it something that, if I'm wrong on this situation, is it something that R. Kelly knows that they're afraid it's going to get out? It's something going on here. And any real investigative media, if we really had real investigative journalists, which only really exists on social media because the real media is so corrupt at this point in time, they're a joke. I mean, they pretty much just report the same thing. They all read from the same goddamn script. So it's like, you're not going to get any truth and justice from them. And it's not about the morality of R. Kelly. It's about a more insidious evil. Because I got to ask people this question. Why is it that so many people that are part of the music industry, the entertainment industry, all of these industries connected to Hollywood, why are so many of them engaged in such horrendous behavior? If the low-hanging fruit like R. Kelly and Diddy, relatively speaking, are like this, well then what's the behavior of the top motherfuckers? You think they're good guys? Why is it that all these people who can go on these programs or on these platforms and name drop all these black artists, right? They can name drop them all day, every day. I saw Eddie Murphy sucking Johnny Gill's dick 30 years ago. Oh, I saw R. Kelly with this 13-year-old. I saw Diddy, freaking off with Carl Winslow, right? But the minute you talk about anybody, with a vowel at the end of their name, or somebody, that's one of God's chosen people, they get nervous. They look around. They don't want to name names. Well, I'm not going to say anybody's name. Yeah, of course you're not going to say anybody's name. Then you fucking coward. So because they don't show the same energy for them, that's everybody. That's why I don't show the same energy for people that look like me. I just don't. I've chosen not to do it anymore. And if people think I'm being racist, you can kiss my entire black ass. I'm not doing it. It's not condoning what the fuck he's doing. I'm just doing what everybody else do, looking out for their own. We the only ones that supposedly feel compelled to prove that we so fair. Fuck that shit. Nope. So anyway, I don't know how to feel about it personally as far as what R. Kelly's concerned. I don't, what I'm saying? I don't condone anything this motherfucker did, but there's definitely somebody trying to, or some entity trying to take him out. And like I said, my guess is that they're trying to do it. Usually it's for financial reasons. Something that's going to be, either it's because it's either personal profit or it's a matter of self-preservation. And I think it's more or less personal profit at this point in time. Because don't forget, many of the people who are part of these prisons, I'm talking about the top people, they have investments in the music industry too. And many of the people who are the top who are in the music industry invest and have stock in prisons. So that's not just a wild theory on my part. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's all I got to say about it. Tell me what you got to say.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of R. Kelly either, but they could be possibly using him as a proxy for all FBA men. So I see Palmetto Star's point with that, but that dude, shit, I gotta plug this all the way up. Sorry, y'all. I thought I had to plug it all the way up. Can y'all hear me? Yeah, you can hear me. Shout out to the viewers. We're running kind of late tonight. So we had a town hall event with the new DA, so we're gonna be covering that later. But yeah, I might put my tinfoil kufi on and say, yeah, Palmetto, you on to something with that. Especially when he said that the many of these execs and stuff that invest in the music industry, they also invest in the prison. They also invest in privatized prisons, so it's not too far-fetched. It's like my favorite rapper of all time said, they want you better off dead than alive. So it's not too far-fetched as they try to put a hit out on R. Kelly, Interscope, just so they can steal his royalties and rights to his music. That's not too far-fetched at all. I wouldn't put nothing past these mugs. What Lady Che got to say on this when she's asleep? Lady Che. Knocked out. Definitely knocked out because she's a big R. Kelly fan. All right, I guess I'll ask her when she wakes up. So moving along, we got Nigerian admits life without FBAs, or wouldn't be great without FBAs. Now that's the truth. They don't want it to come out. So Uncle Phil's gonna give us an update on
that. So our fight here in America has opened up an opportunity for people that come in from all over the world. At one point in time in this country, they only wanted Europeans coming here and giving them citizenship, giving them land, giving them everything they need. But they blocked out definitely the diaspora. They blocked out Latinos, Asians. They had the Chinese Exclusion Act here at one point in time in this country. But after the fight of our ancestors, the fight of my grandparents, for sure, who are ancestors now, it opened up the door of opportunity for all these other groups to come into this country. And unfortunately for us as FBA, we were never, congratulated or saying, hey, man, I really appreciate, because, man, the opportunities I have, because, boy, my homeland, oh, man, it would have been for y'all. No. They come in with hostility, some of them. They come in thinking they're better. Some of them claim that we're lazy. Some of them saying we don't have culture. Some of them have joined, a lot of them have joined with the folks and parroting their same talking points. Some of them have also joined white supremacist gangs, not the black immigrants, of course, but those who aren't black immigrants join white supremacist gangs to be against us as FBAs, being the white supremacist foot soldier. They had no problem doing this. But now it's just a turn definitely of 2025. and FBAs have delineated. FBAs are gatekeeping our culture. FBAs aren't coming out there fighting for nobody no more. They're wondering, where's FBAs? Why are they in the house? They tried to shame us to come out the house. They tried to plead with us to come out the house. They tried to cry for us to come out the house. They're trying to admit everything they can admit to show that they are good people and that we should come out and defend them. And our silence have been the greatest thing that we have ever done, is our silence is staying out the way and focusing on us and our particular ethnic group. Case in point, you have this young woman. She is a Nigerian woman. And I want you to hear what she says about her life here in America in relation to FBA.
If it wasn't for Black Americans, I, as an African person, wouldn't have the opportunities that I have today in America. So I keep seeing a lot of these comments about how Black Americans relate to my statement about Nigerians don't actually care about Nigerians. They only care about being wealthy to show off to underprivileged Nigerians. That's not how Black Americans operate. Like, I grew up in Nigeria and Black America. The one thing I will tell you about Black Americans, you see how they're into government. They build up their intellect to get into government to try to do better and support their communities, and they fight to support their communities. If you look at how far in 400 years, 500 years, what African Americans have done and the level of they made life, it's not completely equal, but Black Americans have done a good job of fighting for the rights of their fellow Black Americans to have a better life in America. If it wasn't for Black Americans, I, as an African person, wouldn't have the opportunities that I have today in America. If it wasn't for Black Americans, I wouldn't have the opportunities I have today. So I can't really say that, because Black Americans may have their issues, but they have a better sense of community than Africans. I can say for Nigerians, they have a better sense of community, and they enjoy communal, like making sure, I'm not saying that they do it perfectly, but you can tell that they put up a fight for their community. They put up a fight for their community more than Nigerians. Sorry, it hurts, but that's the truth.
Now, when someone is admitting something like that, we are saying, hey, we appreciate, you saying what you're saying, because it's the truth. We want you to have a good life in America. We really do. I don't know no FBA that was say to a person from the diaspora, man, we want y'all to be horrible in America. We don't want y'all to make it. None of us got an issue with you. None of us don't. You got to remember, when you came here, we say, hey, man, hey, come, let's link up. Hey, it's more Black people coming in. Cool. But unfortunately, her parents, or people like her parents, didn't want to unify. They want to do that. And really, some of them didn't want to unify either until delineation. Until they really got to see, oh, shoot, I'm alone out here. Now, the Black immigrants going to have maybe a little easier time to get back in the good graces with FBA than definitely these other groups. I can say that much. Right. And really, the issue with Black immigrants is not what the issue is with the other ones. It was all about really with us, like, OK, respect, understand, why you here, like homegirl said right here. Right. And that's it. That's all. It's not really a big issue. I always tell people this: Black immigrants aren't my problem. They've never been my problem. Now, if they disrespectful, we're going to check the disrespect. And hey, if they say, hey, bro, I ain't, didn't realize that or whatever, or they fixing the issue, I'm like, hey, bro, hey, sis, it's all good. We distant cousins. It's straight. We got bigger enemies to fight. And you not my biggest enemy. So I'm not going to fight with you like that. Okay. Now, you got some Black folks who are FBA, and they at times seem like they got more smoke for a Black immigrant. I don't. I really don't. Black immigrants aren't my problem. I haven't been sabotaged by a Black immigrant. Like I can be sabotaged by the banks. You know what I'm saying? Black immigrants aren't the ones who would take, now I got some Black immigrants that are police. But if you look at how often Black people have been killed unjustly, it hasn't been Black immigrants. It's been them folks. And I make sure, like they say, keep the main thing the main thing. But a lot of Black immigrants are starting to. come out and say what this woman says, because I met a black immigrant when I went to the Ohio Black Expo. He was a Somali immigrant, and he was coming explaining to me about how not all of them are like that. Like, hey, bruh, okay, you ain't got to explain for your community. You don't. You are your individual self. I look at you as an individual Somali person. That's it. I ain't tripping on you, bro. I told him, hey, man, if you ain't got nothing to do with anything disrespectful, man, you my brother. It's all good. I said, now, if you're disrespectful, we got a problem. That's what I told him. And so he said, oh, yeah, I'm not like that. I respect Black Americans. I'm like, but I don't know why he felt to come explain to me. He don't have to explain to me for Somalis. Because listen, I've met some Somalis that's cool as hell. And some of them don't like FBA. That's cool too. I ain't lost nothing not by talking to you. I never grew up around you or whatever. So I am definitely cool. That's the only thing I'm saying. But my message to Black immigrants is this: we don't want nothing bad for you. We really don't. But we have delineated, but my issue also with Black immigrants is, and I'm gonna keep it to maybe some of the older ones. They came in here delineating. And some of you now, Black Americans, have delineated. Some of you have said, well, that's divisive, but it wasn't divisive when your parents were delineating. And maybe some of you too. It wasn't divisive then. Why wasn't it called divisive then? I'm noticing everybody want to say they Black now. Before, when we say, hey, man, we all Black, man, we all Black, you know, hey, you Black, you may be from Nigeria, you Black, we all Black. I ain't Black, I'm Nigerian. I come from Igbo. I ain't no Black. Okay. You know, the Dominicans, they got that bad. I'm no Black, I'm Dominican. But all of a sudden, everybody Black now. Everybody recognize their Blackness now. What happened? You know, is it Trump? Is it delineation? Is it a combination of the two? Because see, Black immigrants, they know that they can get protected a lot faster than these others. So if they know that their protection has been lifted away from them too, which it has to a point, now they're like, oh, whoa, brother. Hold on, we brothers, we sisters. Like, okay, we brothers and sisters. Let's go ahead on and correct some problems then. And we correct our problems, we cool. After that, that's how I feel at least. Now, some of you like, I ain't fooling with them. Listen, I am not. I told y'all this, and this is what I believe in wholeheartedly. If a brother or sister correct the error of their ways, and they come with true repentance, and I really believe they have repented and they've seen the error of their ways, who am I not to forgive them of their transgression and let them, you know, start over? Of course, trust is built over time, of course, right? You got to regain trust, and it takes time. And if they do the right thing and mean what they say, then hey, it's all good with me. I don't feel that way about Black folks, whether it's FBA or the diaspora. I don't feel that way about Black folks. And you shouldn't feel that way either. Because I'm telling you, if you look at the history of your family and the history of my family, nobody in the diaspora stole millions of acres of land from FBA. Nobody in the diaspora had us up on trees somewhere. Nobody in the diaspora, we talking about here in this land, was literally cooking and eating us. Read the book, The Delectable Negro. Read it. It wasn't the immigrants that come in here from the diaspora. It's these folks. You understand? So that's why I always say, keep the main thing the main thing. These other groups outside the diaspora, they want to be against us and join, but then they want to play games. No. You're not going to play this game. Come help us. And then no. We good. Because the Officer Yanez and the George Zimmermans and all that, nah, we cool. We are really cool at this point. Y'all didn't pick your side. Now, I'm a firm believer that when you really pick your side, stay on it. Now, once again, if it's an individual and the individual is cool, hey, no problem if that individual is cool. But if you picking your side, no, Lord. Nope. Stay over there with them folks. Bottom line. But shout out to her, though. You know, shout out to her. She's saying, hey, in her homeland, They don't care like FBAs care. She only telling it because I'm telling you she's telling the truth. Because I have people on our team from Nigeria, and they will big up everything she just said. A few of them want to leave Nigeria. They say, man, it's horrible out here. It is horrible. You feel me? All thing we ask to the black immigrants is look, just have some respect. We cool with you. We cool. And that's it. You know, like I said, if I got a choice between, you know, dealing with the folks or working with a black immigrant, I'd rather work with a black immigrant as long as they cool. That's the only thing I'm saying, as long as you're cool. Don't come on here on there, well, stay away from the kata crap. Then nah, I'm looking at you no different than I look at the folks at that point. But the delineation with FBA, you noticing that's really getting everybody in line and everybody getting straightened. You notice that they self-correcting themselves, they telling on themselves. Have you noticed how that's been going on ever since delineation? That's why I think delineation was the best thing we ever done is delineate. And we got to keep up on this delineation. Don't let it go. No matter how much they cry, how much they plead, oh, help us, FBAs. Nope. You got it. We haven't delineated long enough to you know what I'm saying? Sometimes like my grandfather always say, absence make the heart grow fonder. We got to be absent for a time. See, sometimes you don't appreciate people till they're gone. And now they starting to understand, man, FBAs they're really about their life. And man, we don't have that no more. And that's the beauty about delineation. They miss us. And we stay gone a whole lot longer. You know, they may all of a sudden start advocating for reparations in the form of cash payments.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath on that one. But as far as what that Nigerian lady said, like, yeah, like it's about time y'all acknowledge what we've been saying. Y'all wouldn't have shit if it wasn't for FBA. We paved the way, paved the lane for y'all to even be able to come over here. So that's why we have a distinction between the riders and the tethers. That sister was a rider, but a lot of these mothers that is on TikTok and on YouTube, they're a bunch of goddamn tethers, and they're getting checks, and they're gonna continue to get checks. Just know you're not gonna disrespect us. We made sure that you had somewhere to flee to from your war ravaged, dilapidated homeland. So pay respect, pay homage. That's all we asking. Not asking y'all to give us the world. We're just saying, hey, acknowledge what we did for y'all and reciprocate it. Otherwise, like I said, Pan-Africanism is a fantasy and a fiction. B1, Brother Crow, appreciate you. I'm about to try to cook something to eat. Yeah, I'm cooking right now myself. But yeah, what's your thoughts on what that Nigerian said? She admits that her life wouldn't be great without FBAs. It's about time they start telling the truth. Maybe more of these mothers start coming out. Like we always say, we always make the distinction. There's riders and there's tethers. We have love for the riders. We have no disdain, no problems with the riders from the diaspora. It's these goddamn tethers that the U.S. government allows to come over here to undermine us. They're the freaking problem. They're going to keep getting called out left and right. So moving along. Got are Trump's ICE raids targeting Asians? Targeting everybody but FBA because we are the non-deportables.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
A team of investigators raided 9 massage businesses in the Baton Rouge area and detained 10 Chinese women following a months-long investigation. According to the East Baton Rouge.
It didn't freeze on my end. It's on Professor Black Troops in. Just showing the clips. These mugs rate in these massage parlors in Baton Rouge.
Politics makes for strange bedfellows, and so do mass deportations. Why are the protests, however modest and noisy they are against the law, even being held? Well, it's because, as a lot of these people saw it, they had gotten away with something. That's what illegal immigration taught people after 50 plus years of not enforcing the law. The law doesn't matter, nobody minds. Well, it turns out somebody did. With foundational Black Americans in particular sitting this one out, what's happened is you have people who apparently have decided that they're going to try to lock arms with each other. But that hasn't been having very much effect. And the reason why is twofold. One, there's simply not enough of them to make a big difference like that. And two, they don't come from a tradition of doing this. We're steeped in this tradition. It's part of who we are because we've been the ones doing all the heavy lifting. Everybody else has been sitting back while we've done all the work. So when they try to get out there and call themselves doing it, it just doesn't have the same heft. On top of that, if you have groups who are not used to having to actually be allies with anyone, they've instead been enjoying being opportunists. Well, when it comes time for them to actually have to practice allyship, they're dysfunctional on that one too. It just goes to show there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy or institutional knowledge that we represent. You saw the video that I started off this morning's briefing with, and frankly, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you, that so many of these so-called massage parlors have actually been nothing more than clumsy fronts for prostitution. And I'm not sure why it took months for ICE agents to figure that one out. I have to wonder, how many trips did they make to that place before they finally realized, hey, the extra service the girls are giving, it wasn't some accident the first time, or the third, or the fifth. I guess they needed months and months of research. And of course, if you're a Black woman, you probably noticed that it's taking a lot longer to get your nail and your hair done at these Asian nail salons. ICE has been visiting them too. A number of these places are also used as fronts to launder money. ICE aren't the only ones who ought to be paying these places a visit. The IRS ought to come through as well. If you didn't know better, you'd swear that you had some sort of organized crime behind it, because these are the kind of things that the Chinese government likes to export to the world. They like to set up their little outpost, and you got these folks who come in, and the Chinese communist government's basically pulling the strings, or some form of organized crime from these areas. So for the Latino activists who have spent the last few months saying that the orange man is singling them out, well, as it turns out, he didn't want them to feel like they were alone. So he's been collecting some other people as well. And a couple of the stories have basically been saying that the Asian and Hispanic communities have been trying to come together to protest these ICE deportation raids. We'll see how effective that is. But for the people who are still at this late date demanding to know why it is that Black Americans are not putting on the cape, it's because of the fact that too many of the immigrants who have come to the United States have been by and large anti-Black racist. And this didn't just happen in the last few years. It's been going on the entire time. There's way too many tethers coming in from Africa and the Caribbean as well, bringing an anti-FBA attitude with themselves. And the tethers are particularly egregious because they make the solid immigrant brothers and sisters look terrible. So truth be told, everyone should be applauding these raids that are taking place because it's been long overdue. Now, for those who do feel that the orange man is singling out the Asian community, what I would recommend is that the Asians should hire lawyers. They could start by asking Ed Blum if some of those lawyers that his mega millionaire donors paid for his nuisance suits falsely claiming racial discrimination are still on retainer somewhere, because he claimed that he was doing all of that because he was going to be helping Asian students. But as it turned out, Blum's lawyers never actually pursued litigation that was pro-Asian. It was all only anti-Black. His lawyers only filed suits if they think that they can attack Black people. They don't care what happens to Asians, and this is the proof. Because here they are wondering, where's Ed Blum at? Where's their buddy at? Because they locked arms with him, and now he's left them out in the cold. Well, there's always plan B. See if the folks who marched for Peter Lying are willing to pony up some money. But if history is any guide, they're not going to contribute time. And while there are people who have been putting on a brave face and trying to say basically they don't care about this, that's not true at all. Because of how widespread this issue is, a lot of these people who are trying to pretend as if, oh, you know, we're basically not bothered by this, they're quaking in their boots. The problem is there's been people who thought they had found a comfortable place under white supremacy. And for a little while, apparently the dominant society was content to let them believe that, but they knew that they better not buck the system. So when someone like, say, a Vincent Chin is killed, there would not and would never be coast-to-coast demonstrations because people understood that he was killed by members of the dominant society. You better not make any noise. And the dominant society knew this too. So that's the reason why, even at this late date, there's all of this reticence and hesitance and confusion. It's because when you got people who basically have had two applications out there, one in case white power can maintain its authority and the other in case it collapses, well, when you try to hedge your bets, especially with a house of cards, sooner or later, the challenge we pose to white supremacy will force the bootlick shills and wannabe members of the oppressor class to have to make a choice. You can't stay on the fence forever, but of course, they already made their decision a long time ago. So it's far too late to turn back now. That's the reason why when you look at Los Angeles, you still got some people milling around downtown claiming that they're having a protest. But they just don't seem to realize the contradiction of claiming to be Americans while at the same time waving nothing but Mexican flags. You can't in one breath say that Mexico isn't your home, and then at the exact same next moment, you're waving the Mexican flag and talking about Viva la Raza, etc. This is what you call counterproductive protesting. You might as well be standing in front of your own mirror and arguing against yourself. For all the people who have been advocating for illegal aliens, claiming that they're no different than any other American, this flies in the face of all of that. And that's the reason that the ice-cold roundup of 2025 is going to continue. And the attempts by the allies of the illegal aliens to make it seem like the whole country is behind them is failing. They've gone so far as to mix their so-called No Kings protests with the gay pride parties taking place in Boston. This is what happens when your movement isn't organic, when it's astroturf, when it's being paid for by a few white Democrat dark money donors. And it's plain to see they didn't pay enough people to show up for their protests. What the country has been looking for is a reset of some sort. The anti-Black racism from Latin America and from Asia has to stop. And until they learn to drop that mess, a reset is going to have to be required. Democrats right now are frozen with indecision. The optics of all this are terrible for them. And it's summer now, so we're going into the slow period when Congress's session ends next month. The problem for Democrats is that they want illegal aliens to be allowed to stay because the path to citizenship is critical to Democrats establishing their new would-be political base, one that will no longer be reliant or rather vulnerable to Black voters and our demands. When racist Rahm Emanuel was talking about what he called Biden Republicans, don't you know that also included people from Latin America too? Countries where the pro-capitalist rhetoric from the white right will play better due to the history of socialist governments that they've had there in the past. And also, the well-known and deeply ingrained and violent culture of anti-Black racism is also part of the social fabric down there too. That's why there's been a number of people in the Democratic Party who have felt that with the Democrats trying to pivot to the right, actually they pivoted 30 years ago with Bill Clinton. As far as they're concerned, it's time for them to scoop up some more voters who might be more susceptible to that kind of political leaning. Democrats want to distance themselves from the loud and noisy antics of their new would-be base, but at the same time, they can't afford to punish them with deportation because they need a political counterlever to Black voters. That's what this is all about. Their so-called No Kings protests, this is nothing more than a clumsy front for the DNC's 2026 midterm voter outreach. That's what it is. They're trying to see if they can manufacture the kind of genuine, authentic energy that was going on during the 2020 uprisings. But of course, as I've shown you with Jim Clyburn and people like Jim Himes and others, these people do not want the actual Black demands for justice that went along with the 2020 uprisings. They can't deny the fact that Democrats were swept to power on that wave, but they're like, that was winning the wrong way. We need to win without actually doing anything, especially for Black people. We definitely got to make sure Black people get nothing. So when they talk about no kings, what that actually means is no results from the Democrats. That's what it actually should be called. We figured out a long time ago that there's no point in expecting people who aspire to be honorary members of the oppressor class to ever stop that aspiration. When people have brown skin but insist on identifying as white on everything from driver's licenses to employment applications, and when people choose to fully embrace a narrative like model minority, this is what people are talking about when they use terms like white adjacent. And we've seen these terms coming even from a handful of people within both the Asian and Hispanic communities, talking about exactly the kind of vulnerability that this leaves them open to. So the ideology, goals, and anti-Black racism for the dominant society also becomes theirs in many cases. And why not? For the longest time, white supremacy made it a point to leapfrog every group of immigrants over Black Americans in order to manufacture and maintain an artificial racial hierarchy that's been based on depriving Black Americans of not just the fruits of our own labors, but also to systematically lock us out of whatever opportunities there are which are open to everyone else. Opportunities that wouldn't even exist were it not for us. And the people who have been the direct and indirect beneficiaries of all of these anti-Black policies, they've known it. Nobody has been fooled about it. Everybody knows the rules of racism. That's the reason why so many people, many of whom haven't even set foot in the United States, already know exactly what it is that they have to do if they want to get into the good graces of the dominant society. They know before they even get here, because white supremacy is global. So the people who are calling themselves protesting these ICE raids, they really don't have a leg to stand on, unless they're going to get out there and tell the very same dominant society that's cheering on these mass deportations that, hey, look at our work ethic, and we're not like these Black people over here. If they actually think that's going to work, that's what they should be saying. And the reason why is a majority of the racists in the illegal immigrant community, they've been saying that the entire time. So don't stop now. Go ahead and keep saying it to them. Say that to the ICE agents. Say, oh, we're not like those Black folks over there. You shouldn't be doing it. You should be leaving us alone. But I don't think anybody has any illusions that this is going to lead to a meaningful change. This is not going to lead to people finally having their eyes opened, knocking off the anti-Black racism, and getting on code against white supremacy. That's not going to happen. We have to be honest about that. What can happen, however, is that people actually have to face the reality and the consequences that go along with playing footsie with white supremacy. White supremacy is not looking for any sort of adjacence. And if there are people who think to themselves that anti-Black racism alone is some sort of tide that's going to bind them all together, it's going to be some sort of permanent ground of commonality, well, what they're finding out is simply hating Black people isn't enough. It's certainly not enough to get the dominant society to forget what color these other groups actually are, because that's what's happening here. And that's the reason why you're not seeing anybody taking to the parapets and saying, we got to stop this and we got to vote these people out of office. It's not resulting in some political groundswell. The mass deportations are not resulting in mass protests. They're not resulting in any sort of mass movements. In fact, what's happened is people have been looking and going, you know what? The orange man has a point. And that's probably what scares and bothers people the most. Because when you've had 50 plus years of being allowed to believe whatever you want to believe, you start to think that reality is whatever you want it to be, especially when you got white supremacy handing you some crumbs. But sooner or later, white supremacy always gets tired of having to play the game, because the dominant society loves a cruel prank, especially one that takes a long time to pay off. They snicker under their breath, and they love to go ahead and mock their intended targets right before they find the perfect spot to plunge that knife into your back. See, you had a lot of these people, these immigrants, who actually believed the white media propaganda about, oh, look at these hardworking immigrants and their nail shops and their charming little taco trucks and all the rest of that. Oh, these immigrant success stories, man, they could care less about that. This is what the game has always been from day one. Black people in America were not confused on this. Some of these other groups, they were confused, but they're getting a lot of clarity now. We'll see if it sticks, but even if they don't like what's going on, my recommendation would be, why don't they go to the very forces that they've been locking arms with for the last 4 or 5 generations and ask them to call off the dogs, because it's their dogs that are biting them to begin with. Go ahead and tell them about how important it is to maintain the racial status quo and how they've been good foot soldiers in the war to maintain racial hierarchy, and see if that's enough to get them to stop. Though I got to tell you, a lot of these people who thought that they had made friends with these white supremacists, they're going to be making their petitions and their pleas for mercy from a different country altogether. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cloudwalker Z, William, Bobby Ross, Starlet Thompson, and Rebellious Zoe. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor Black True. That's right. And white supremacy always breaks its tools, or in this case, deports their tools. So all you so-called model minorities that thought y'all was better than FBA and that y'all work so hard, now y'all asses is getting deported, and we don't have no pity for it. We are singing the violin every time y'all do these little TikTok videos about we're the blacks, we're the FBA. We minding our own FBA business because we the non-deportables. They can't deport us. So y'all thought y'all had it good the last 50 years. Them days are over. So you can hold your own wonton. We don't give a damn about what any of you other groups are going through, because y'all didn't give a damn about what we've been going through for the past 400 years in this goddamn country. So hold your own nuts, hold your own wonton. The cape has been off for 6 years and it's going to continue to stay off. So that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, Trump's ICE raid is targeting everybody but us, because we're the non-deportables. Now I'm going to get into this migrant news. First, it's legal migrant news. Let's see what's next on the topic of this. We got sorry, y'all, my phone died, so I used it. What about Midwest unbreakable tools? Right, exactly. They can't break us. They can't break us. All right. So illegals are being deported back to Sudan after Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump, aka the dump as a human shit. But I'm gonna probably stop saying that because he's actually doing good things on the deportation side. So we're getting these motherfuckers up out of here. Supreme Court just gave him a go ahead to continue doing what he's doing. So TD Media Group's gonna give us an update on that.
The unions say many families may not be able to cover rent due to a family member who may have been taken by ICE, or who have family who may not be able to leave their homes due to fear of kidnapping. The groups claim Latinos make up majority of.
Ooh, I did not listen to this before I played this. I just knew what it was about. Due to fear of kidnapping? Are you serious? So now the federal government is kidnapping people. What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, I have very, very great news, because the Supreme Court came through once again, handing down the decision that, yes, indeed, Trump is allowed to send illegal alien criminal migrants to the Sudan if their home country will not take them in. Yep. And not just the Sudan, but any other country that's willing to take them in will suffice. And there are quite a few countries on the table, even outside of Sudan, that have no problem taking these folks in. They don't have an issue taking them in because obviously they're not doing it just to be doing it. There's a payoff at the other end of that. However much money the U.S. would be paying these folks off to send them over to their countries, or whatever kind of deal that they have worked out. Maybe it might not be any type of hard cash or anything like that, but certain, just other political deals that they have worked out, is obviously going to work out in the favor of the country taking these folks in. But nonetheless, the point is that this is great news, because now off to the Sudan you go, thanks to the Supreme Court for bringing this decision down. So now let's get into this here. I want to get into this CNN clip first. And there's a handful of other clips that I want to get in after the fact, because it's just crazy what you're getting ready to see after we go through the CNN clip and a Fox News clip. It is unbelievable how DNC lunatics are bending over backwards, literally just bending over backwards to protect these illegal immigrants, changing laws on the spot. I'm talking about eviction moratoriums solely for illegal immigrants, not for U.S. citizens, but solely for illegal immigrants in Los Angeles. And we're talking about even in places like Colorado, the cameras that grab your license plate if you're speeding, they're going to shut the cameras off too. They're going to shut the cameras off. just so illegal immigrants won't get caught by cameras if they're speeding and their license plate goes into the system, and then ICE is able to get into the system and see who's who. It's mind-blowing. We're going to get into that at the end of this video, but let's get into this first. Let's get into some of this saltiness from CNN.
The Supreme Court has weighed in on a significant part of the president's immigration and deportation policy. CNN's chief legal affairs correspondent Paula Reed joins us now with more. Paula, we understand this decision relates to the administration's attempts to deport people to countries other than the country that they are from. What are we learning?
That's exactly right, Casey. A significant win for the Trump administration. Here, the high court allowing them to resume deporting migrants to countries other than their homeland. And we're talking about some sort of turmoil-ridden countries like South Sudan, because a lower court judge had ruled that the Department of Homeland Security had to provide migrants written notice about where they were going and give them an opportunity to challenge that deportation on the ground that they could face torture or other adversity. Now, this lower court judge also said that deporting these individuals to third-party countries without due process unquestionably violated their constitutional protections. But now, while this litigation continues to play out, the Supreme Court allowing the administration to continue sending these migrants to third countries. And roughly 1 million people now are eligible to be deported to these other countries. And I think it's notable here, the court did not really give a lengthy explanation of their analysis, but there is a pretty fiery dissent from the liberal justices written by Justice Sotomayor, who wrote, quote, "Rather than allowing our lower court colleagues to manage this high-stakes litigation with the care and attention it plainly requires, this court now intervenes to grant the government emergency relief from an order it has repeatedly defied. I cannot join so gross an abuse of the court's equitable discretion." She goes on to say that the court's decision to grant the government equitable relief is not the first time the court closes its eye to non-compliance, nor, she writes, I fear, will it be the last. So clearly, she is not happy with this decision.
I love salty tears from DNC lunatics. I love salty tears. They taste great. They taste great, especially in the morning, right? Here's the thing, right, concerning sending them over to other nations like the Sudan. I don't know why that makes me laugh when I think about being deported to the Sudan. But as it pertains to those that are deported to other nations, to which now up to 1 million are eligible to be sent over to other nations due to the fact that their home country will not take them back in. Ultimately, what ends up happening is, if you remember the Sudan situation, they're not going to stay there long, right? It's not like they're going to put them in labor camps and like they're stuck there forever. If I remember when the first plane took off to send, I believe it was somewhere around 10 to 15 illegal alien criminals. And we're talking about hardened criminals. I'm not talking about they just crossed the border illegally. I'm talking about these guys committed murder, essay, right? They violated women, as I like to say. I don't like saying the R word too much, RAPE, but they violated women, violated children. There was a situation, if you remember when we discussed it back then, that there was an illegal alien criminal who violated, I believe it was an elderly woman who was like handicapped or something of that nature. How many of you guys remember that she wasn't able to defend herself because she was like handicapped? And he, once again, violated her. You all know what I mean by that. It's the R word, RAPE. So the worst of the worst gets sent out to these countries, to other nations, if their home country won't take them in. But then
Oh, yeah. Shout out to the
after this ruling came down. I want to jump into that next because he made a very interesting comment at the end of his statement. So I want you guys to listen up clearly, and let's jump into this clip next.
Country will not take them back, right?
Yes, this is an incredible victory, the Supreme Court win. It allows President Trump, as the law has long said, but the courts have blocked, it allows President Trump to send illegal aliens convicted of rape, murder, homicide, assault, battery, crimes against children to any country around the world that is willing to accept them. So whether that be South Sudan, or whether it be Somalia, or whether it be Ethiopia, any country in the world that is willing to accept these monsters, we can get them out of our country and be free of them forever. The only thing I have to share tonight, Sean, in a little bit of breaking news, is that the district court judge in Boston has said he's going to defy the Supreme Court's ruling. So expect fireworks tomorrow when we hold this judge accountable for refusing to obey the Supreme Court.
So you see that there? How many times did you hear, oh my goodness, Trump is defying the Supreme Court and he's defying the courts? As usual, when it comes to DNC lunatics, they're always projecting. They are always projecting. Whenever they're crying foul play, whenever they're crying tyranny, whenever they're crying dictatorship, they're pointing the finger at Trump and saying, hey, he's not adhering to court orders. He's not adhering to the Supreme Court. And then surprise, surprise, look who's not planning on adhering to a Supreme Court ruling. All right. Every time they point the finger at Trump, it's coming right back at them. They're literally always projecting. But now here's where the craziness really comes in, right? Because remember what I discussed earlier, how DNC lunatics in blue states and blue cities are bending over backwards to protect illegal immigrants in a fashion that you've never seen them do for American citizens. Here in Los Angeles, this is nuts. What they want to do is put in place an eviction moratorium that essentially applies only to illegal immigrants, not to people like you and me who live in LA that are citizens and you might be struggling to get by. And maybe, I don't know, I mean, you might mess around and miss rent this month. I mean, I'm not, fortunately, thank God and knock on wood, but you know, everybody's not doing that great out here, especially coming out of Biden's America. But in LA, if you're an American citizen, getting an eviction moratorium, you can forget about. But if you're an illegal immigrant, then you have local officials here that are willing and ready to put in place an eviction moratorium for them, just so that they don't have to go to work or do whatever else they're doing out here and get caught up in an ICE raid, right? A targeted ICE raid, that is, as well. So let's get into this here, man. This is completely ridiculous. Let's listen to some, what I expect to hear, some DNC tears here. You see Karen Bass on the screen. So yeah, hopefully there's going to be some tears from the DNC. And let's get into this clip next.
Tenants Union, along with some other major labor unions, are joining forces today demanding action to protect Angelenos against immigration raids. The local SEIU 721 labor union, along with CLU and the Tenants Union, are asking the LA City Council to pass an emergency protection to help families who may face eviction due to the immigration raids. The unions say many families may not be able to cover rent due to a family member who may have been taken by ICE, or who have family who may not be able to leave their homes due to fear of kidnapping. The groups claim Latinos make up majority of...
Ooh, I did not listen to this before I played this. I just knew what it was about. Due to fear of kidnapping? Are you serious? So now the federal government is kidnapping people. They're not arresting folks. They're not arresting illegal immigrants for being in the country and crossing the border unlawfully and having a deportation order on them. because they received their due process. Either they went to court already and the judge decided that your asylum claim is fraudulent, so you have a deportation order on you, or you skipped your court date on purpose, right? So now you have a deportation order on you, which means that you've had your due process already and it didn't go your way. So now you have to go. Or, you know, you're a criminal, you know, with a criminal record. These people are not being arrested. They're getting kidnapped. I've heard it all. I've heard it all. I've heard it all. Anyways, let me let this play. I'll rewind it back just a little bit. Wow. Just wow.
Leave their homes due to fear of kidnapping. The groups claim Latinos make up majority of renters in the city of LA. They also say local residents have had enough to deal with, from COVID to the economic crisis and our deadly firestorm. Now the raids are creating unnecessary fear.
Nowadays, I mean, you don't know who's a cop, who's an ICE agent, now who's a bounty hunter, and now I can be.
I'm sorry, there are no bounty hunters running around Los Angeles. This video is wild. There are no bounty hunters in LA going after illegal immigrants. This is making this video a lot longer than I intended. I might even have to skip the Colorado situation for another video just to allow all this to sink in, you know, and not add too much on the plate, not put too much food on the plate as far as this video is concerned, because I didn't know that this ABC News story was this ridiculous. Folks are getting kidnapped, which they're not. We got bounty hunters running Los Angeles. We don't. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to, like, to lie like this. These are bold face lies. Lies. And lies like this are going to actually get people hurt. They're going to get people's lives taken when you instill that kind of fear. This is what Tom Homan talked about. This type of fear mongering is either going to put a federal agent in position to where they're going to end up taking a life eventually, or a federal agent, an ICE agent, is going to mess around and get his life taken. Because you keep fear mongering in this way. This is nuts. This is out of control. Let me rewind it back just a little bit. Yeah, we're going to have to go. The other clip that I had concerning Colorado and them disabling the cameras, we're going to have to address that on another video. We have to let this one marinate for the rest of this news, for the rest of today's news. We got to let this one marinate. It's crazy.
Who's an ICE agent, now who's a bounty hunter, and now I can be dressed as a cop.
Exactly.
And just go kidnap people.
No matter what your legal status it is right now, we are all in fear. I had mentioned earlier, I mean, I'm a naturalized citizen, but my daughter is a
I'm sorry. Let me just.
born USA citizen, and she's scared.
While groups are making these demands, the LA City Council is looking to take action against the federal government due to the immigration raids. Last week, 7 city council members signed a proposal asking the city attorney to take immediate legal action to protect people from being racially profiled or unlawfully detained. Now, the proposed lawsuit still has to head to 3 council committees for consideration. The full council is expected to vote by the end of the week.
That, first off, if you want to talk about, once again, they're always projecting. Everything is unconstitutional to the DNC lunatics, right? That's unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional. Unconstitutional crisis. That has to be unconstitutional. That has to be unconstitutional. An eviction moratorium that only applies to Hispanics, or an eviction moratorium that only applies to illegal immigrants, but they don't apply to LA citizens of America as a whole, people like myself. How come I don't deserve a moratorium? What if I fall on hard times, right? There are a lot of American citizens in LA that have fallen on hard times. Once again, coming off of Biden for 4 years, and then on top of that, living in a blue city or blue state, where most likely cost of living is through the roof, as it typically is in a blue city and blue state. Cost of living through the roof, getting taxed out the wazoo for all of these so-called programs that you think that at this point in time, like a place like LA, you would think as much money as we pay in taxes, as much money as we're taxed, you have no, I'm embarrassed to tell you guys how much I pay for car insurance on 3 cars, right? On 3 cars. And it's not like I'm driving around here and me and my family are riding around in Bentleys and BMWs and Mercedes Benz, right? I'm talking about a busted, broke down, I think I drive a 2002 hoopty Toyota Camry or something like that. I'm talking about it's bust down, it broke down and raggedy. I've talked about it before. Like I literally have a padlock holding the hood in place because people steal the batteries out here. My wife drives the good car. You know, I don't want to put too much on it as far as different cars that we're driving because people are crazy. But my wife, she has the good car, the 2018 blank. I'm not going to tell you what that is. You know, it's a Honda, but we don't have to get into specifics. And then we have another Toyota, right? That my stepson drives, right? He has a whatever 2022 something, right? But my point is that we're driving like Toyotas and Hondas. And trust me when I tell you, I'm embarrassed to tell you how much I'm paying for car insurance. It's you would all look at me like I'm insane. Like, well, how come you haven't fled yet? You know, I don't want to get too deep into it and derail the conversation too much because I'm about to just get extra personal. And that's not what you all came here for. But my point is,
yeah, I could believe that.
For as much as we're taxed here in blue cities and blue states,
our taxes is high.
You would think that a city like Los Angeles looks like Dubai, and it doesn't. In many regards, it looks like a third world nation, and the people here act like we're in a third world nation. Yeah. Okay, but we're getting taxed out the wazoo. So people are hurting out here. Once again, I'm gonna always bring it back to Biden and the Democrats, especially coming off of Biden. Okay, hurting. But no eviction moratorium for you. Illegal immigrants, though, specifically, yes. That sounds like it's unconstitutional to me. And I'll leave that there. Wow, this video took a huge turn. This could have been its own video by itself. I might have to redo this and then split up the Supreme Court video and this one. I don't know. We'll see. But anyways, man, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms, and also do not forget to please follow me on Telegram. That is extremely important. At CD Media Group, the link to my Telegram is in the description box below.
And make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Sorry, y'all, I'm having late night dinner. He might be cruel. He might be trying to sell us an insurance plan. Man, in regards to this, great news. Get these mothers the hell up out of here. I'm sick of this shit. Beyond sick of it. Deport them all. DI. Deport every illegal. Get them the hell up out of here. Now. Not later, now. So come on, ICE. Come on, Tom Holman. Come on. Come to Colorado. Get these motherfuckers up out of here. I know they steady passing laws left and right trying to protect these mugs, but nah, get these mugs up out of here. They done bankrupted our whole damn city. They done bankrupted our whole damn state. Like, this shit is just beyond ridiculous. So, the next topic is over there where Cruz, well, close to where Cruz at, because you're no longer in Illinois. But billions were just given to illegal immigrants in Illinois by Governor J.B. Pritzker. So TD Media Group is going to give us an update on
that. Illinois, I don't know how it continues. You have this guy Pritzker. I don't know. He's too busy eating. He wants to eat all the time. Would you like a hamburger? How many do you want? 5? I'll have 5 burgers, please. You go to his office. Would you like a hamburger? Yeah. Okay, I'll have 5 burgers, please. Who the hell orders 5 burgers? But look.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to head on over to the state of Illinois. Why are we headed to Illinois today? Because we have to talk about the response from Governor J.B. Pritzker and Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson, their response to Donald Trump, discussing how he is going to amplify the efforts of mass deportation on 3 specific cities, because these cities are essentially the mecca for sanctuary cities, right? When you're talking about Los Angeles, Chicago, and New York, right? That's where the focus is primarily going to be for the moment. Trump announced just a couple of days ago that he was going to do this, and I want to get into the responses of J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson and just take a moment to unpack some of the lies, foolishness, and dangerous rhetoric, as DNC lunatics used to love to say pre-election. I want to get into some of the dangerous rhetoric of Brandon Johnson towards ICE agents as well. So let's take a moment to go through some of this information and unpack it. Now, I'm not going to read Trump's Truth Social post concerning the mass deportation efforts that are going to be focused on LA, Chicago, and New York, because that's just understood. I just told you that. But what I want to do right now first is get into one of the responses of J.B. Pritzker. So let's get into that clip first.
I think what he's done in California has really hurt him politically, and so I don't think he'll do it in other places, but we know that ICE is coming once again in force. To know that he has used other law enforcement along with ICE to carry out his ill-conceived mission to go after people who frankly are paying taxes and they're law-abiding and they've been here for many, many years.
I want to take a moment to unpack this foolishness that's coming out of his mouth right now. The idea that Trump is losing support on his mass deportation efforts, the efforts to curb illegal immigration and all that kind of stuff, right? Let me pull this video clip up for you next. We're not going to watch the whole thing from CNN, but I want to just kind of go through it briefly and then play the last part of the video. I'm going to pull that up for you right now. So they're going to go through this poll here. They're going through the polling numbers concerning how legal immigrants, not illegal immigrants, not illegal aliens, how legal immigrants feel about illegal immigration and how legal immigrants feel about Donald Trump and how he's going about dealing with illegal immigration. That's what these polls are concerning right now. Now, take a look at this here. Closer to or trust more on immigration issues. Right now, amongst legal immigrants back in 2020, Democrats were up 32 points over Republicans as it pertains to how much more they trusted Democrats over Republicans on matters of immigration overall. That has now swung 40 points to the Republican side, to where now Republicans are up +8. That is a 40-point swing in 4 years. Legal immigrant citizens that vote in our elections support Republicans on matters of immigration far more than they do Democrats. It swung 40 points to the side of Republicans. That's number one, right? So now let's take a moment to fast forward a little bit more into this poll here. Because once again, like I said, I just want to put to bed this idea that Trump is losing support, and what happened in Los Angeles and across the country made people less trustworthy of Trump and his efforts to curb illegal immigration and his mass deportation efforts. You got to understand, just logically speaking, if legal voting immigrants trust Trump more and are on his side more so than they are the Democrats, what does that say about the American citizen population? It's just common sense. Look at this here. Trump's vote share in presidential election among immigrant citizens who can vote. Back in 2016, Trump only received 36% of the legal immigrant vote. In 2020, he received 39% of the legal immigrant vote. But by 2024, Trump received 47% of the legal immigrant vote. And mind you, if I was to actually play this video right now, what's discussed is that this is actually on the conservative side. On the conservative side of polls, it shows 47%. You have other polls that show that Trump either tied with Kamala Harris for the legal immigrant vote, or Trump actually beat Harris and received more legal immigrant votes than Kamala Harris. But of course, CNN is going to go with the lowest number. Nonetheless, that's irrelevant. You can have the lowest number if that makes you feel good, the DNC lunatics on CNN. It doesn't negate the fact that Trump has gained significant traction and significant trust with legal immigrant voters. But now here's what I really want to highlight right now. Let me scroll over to this portion of the video, and I'm going to actually let this part play. And matter of fact, let her rip.
But immigrant voters themselves have increasingly liked Donald Trump and have increasingly moved to the right on immigration and into the Republican camp.
Well, then on that, what you're getting at, how immigrant citizens, voters, feel about people in the country illegally.
Yeah, and this is where it all kind of comes together, Kate Baldwin. Look at this. The net favorable rating, immigrants who are here illegally, among immigrant citizens, again, those registered to vote. In 2020, look at this, plus 23 points on the net favorable rating. But look at where we were in 2024, minus 6 points, underwater. So immigrant citizens have become increasingly unfavorable in their views of those immigrants who are here illegally. So I think it's so important when we're talking about this debate from a political angle to separate those out who are undocumented immigrants versus those who are here legally and those who are citizens and those who are voters, because that group of voters has felt increasingly distant from those immigrants who are here legally. And so again, when we're talking about this, at least from a political angle, this is why Donald Trump feels so comfortable, because in fact, amongst the group that you would think that would be most opposed to this, in fact, they become increasingly favorable, not just towards Donald Trump, but towards a Republican point of view on immigration and becoming distant from those immigrants who are here illegally.
Yeah, an important baseline to consider as this plays out.
Yes, we'll see where we are in a few weeks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Harry. John.
Do you see and understand how major that is? The legal immigrants' view on illegal immigration is at a -6 from being a plus 23 in 2020. Legal immigrants.
Yeah, because you know that was like you said, if there was no good here, there ain't gonna be no good in Africa. He knew that these damn immigrants back then wasn't worth the damn. Marcus Garvey. Even Garvey said mass immigration is bad for Americans generally and Black Americans specifically. Yeah, it sure is. Still, 100 years later.
In my opinion, are sick and tired of the disrespect that comes from the Democrats as it pertains to merging the two groups. Whenever they're being disingenuous in that nature, they're trying to defend open borders, they're trying to defend illegal immigration, right? But then they just refer to them as migrants and immigrants when that's not true. Do you know how hard it is to come into the country legally, especially if you're coming from a third world country? If you're coming from what's considered to be a third world country, it is borderline impossible to come here legally, okay? It's borderline impossible to do that. So for them to have worked as hard as they did, not only to get here legally, but then go through the process of becoming citizens to where now they're able to vote in our elections, right? It's a slap in the face to say that those who came in and did the right thing legally, which was hard work, versus those who came in illegally under Biden and then received an abundance of handouts, all from in Chicago and New York and Los Angeles. We're talking about free housing where American citizens, which also account for these legal immigrants, affordable housing is just something that just doesn't exist, right? In LA, Chicago, and New York. The fact that you even have to articulate words like affordable housing is nonsensical. But where regular everyday citizens like you and me. We can't afford to buy houses. We can barely afford to keep the lights on, but we're going to work and working hard every day. It's a slap in the face to then see illegal immigrants receiving thousands of dollars in cash vouchers. In Chicago, they were just given housing for free, fully furnished, and also being subsidized on top of their rent already being extremely low. It's a slap in the mouth, especially and particularly I want to stay focused on legal immigrants who didn't receive any of those type of perks. They didn't receive any of those type of benefits. Legal immigrants had to fight and struggle to get here the right way, fight and struggle to become citizens. And at that point, they're just trying to get in where they fit in because they're doing it the right way. But then you watched all of these illegal immigrants come in under Biden, receive handout after handout after handout after handout after handout, to the point that it's bankrupt all of these sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. And we're going to get into that shortly. But I can 100% understand why legal immigrants.
Wait, you said he's lying. He said stop. How hard is it for the American to move to another country? Fucking 4 years pay. He lying. And we don't get handouts in their countries. Yeah, he's leaving that part out, cool. He's definitely leaving that part out. He's talking about the legal immigrants, like me and Lady Che. Lady Che is one of her best friends, BFFs. She's from South Africa. She just got her citizenship, and she's been fighting for her citizenship for like 10 years, at least. And she just now got her citizenship. She did it the right way. She didn't get all these free goodies and handouts that these mothers just came in under Biden got. That's for damn sure. No, we don't get handouts when we go to their countries. We don't. No. They expect us to come with the bag. Tariq and others have exposed the shell. My good friend Marais, who was just in Kenya for 4 years, he exposed that too. Shout out to Marais. Make sure y'all check out Sankofa in the Motherland YouTube channel. He documented his whole time there in Kenya and how off code them damn Kenyans was and how they lived caucasoids and let them do whatever. All right, I'm gonna let the video continue.
Have such a negative outlook now on illegal immigration, where they once didn't, where they once had maybe a little bit of sympathy and a little bit of understanding, because you can say they're kind of somewhat coming from the same place. Now they're looking at it and going, man, get out of here. This is bogus. I did all this work and you just get to hop the line, get in front of me and receive thousands of dollars in handouts. No. It's time to go. It's time to go. I can understand that. And that's why Trump, one of the many reasons that he's cracking down on all this, because it's simply unfair to everybody, particularly, let's be clear, what we've been seeing going on as it pertains to the billions and billions of dollars going to illegal immigrants. It's unfair to American citizens who don't receive any type of assistance like that. We just have to struggle and figure out how we're going to get through the day. And it's also necessary for Trump to do what he's doing in order to clean up the streets in these inner cities, particularly in these liberal cities like Chicago, New York, and LA. And that's what Trump is going to discuss next as he speaks on J.B. Pritzker and how horribly he's running the state, as well as how horribly Brandon Johnson is running the city. Let's look at this clip right now. It's only about maybe 45 seconds long, but then I want to get into Brandon Johnson's response to Donald Trump. But let's get into this clip first next.
2 apartments, you got 2 FBAs.
Them to focus on the cities, because the cities are where you really have what's called sanctuary cities, and that's where the people are. I look at New York, I look at Chicago. I mean, you got a really bad governor in Chicago and a bad mayor, but the governor's probably the worst in the country, Pritzker. But I look at how that city has been overrun by criminals, and New York and LA. Look at LA. LA, those people weren't from LA. They weren't from California, most of those people, many of those people. And yeah, that's the focus. Biden allowed 21 million people to come into our country. Of that, vast numbers of those people were murderers, killers, people from gangs, people from jails. They emptied their jails out into the U.S. Most of those people are in the cities, all blue cities, all Democrat-run cities, and they think they're going to use them to vote. It's not going to happen.
Now we're going to get into why J.B. Pritzker is such a horrible governor.
Oh, the dump. Why is the dump still in FBA's talking points? Ain't we been saying this for the longest in the new black media, that they're going to try to replace the black vote with the immigrant vote? And the dump just came out and said that shit. He said they're trying to replace them, the voting block with the immigrants. Ooh, we. Yeah, I don't know who he's talking about when he says we. I guess he's talking about white Americans. Chicago is one of the cleanest cities in America. I'll have to take your word for it, crew. I ain't been there since the late 80s, early 90s, so I'll just have to take your word for it. Back then, I was told it was very trashy, though. So they might have cleaned it up over the years, probably since Rob Emanuel. But Denver was one of the cleanest cities in America up until recently. It was so clean out here, you could eat. You could drop something on the ground and pick it up and eat it. Now, no more. Now you're going to be picking up needles and fucking blues and cellophane and motherfucking aluminum foil, among other trash and debris. All right, let me get back to this.
To which there are this unlimited amount of reasons for why that is. But first, let's get into what Emperor Brandon Johnson from the People's Republic of Chicago has to say. So let's get into him next.
Yeah, let me just first acknowledge the level of anxiety and fear and trepidation that this administration has caused. You've never seen a society improve or expand under this type of fear. And we're going to continue to resist, and we're going to do it in many different ways, whether it's taken to the streets or to the courts or policy. One of the things that I'm very proud of is that we are a welcoming city, which means our local law enforcement do not dub or behave as
welcoming city for who? Damn sure not for FBA, and damn sure not for black people. So who the hell is it welcoming for? These goddamn illegal immigrants. They do that same shit here in Denver. Come on, we are city immigrants. We love immigrants. We're going to continue to fight against this and all that bullshit. Man, vote these mugs the hell up out of office, Brandon Johnson. You should have been recalled a long time ago. I don't know how you're even still the mayor. I don't even know how our mayor is still the mayor. Like, this shit is retarded as hell. Vote these mugs the hell out of office. Next election, get them the hell out. They got to go.
as federal ICE agents. And so our local law enforcement, as we continue to rebuild and expand trust amongst all of our residents, it's important that we hold that line.
I want to address that when he says we're going to continue to resist, right? As far as I'm concerned, and I've been saying this a lot lately, and I'm going to keep saying it, they're dog whistling when they say that. They're dog whistling when they say that. You're dog whistling resisting arrest, right? You're dog whistling obstruction of justice, right? You're dog whistling essentially violence on ICE agents because they don't condemn any of this stuff. They don't tell you to not resist. They don't tell you to not commit acts of violence. They don't tell you to not obstruct and don't get in the way of ICE actions whenever they come to town, because you might find yourself getting charged and arrested on obstruction of justice on a federal level. They don't say any of these things. They don't actually articulate their message towards their supporters in a way that keeps their supporters out of harm's way and out of a jail cell if you are indeed obstructing justice. They just say resist. Resist, whether that be by lawsuits or protesting and taking it to the streets. But I'm done giving these people the benefit of the doubt to say that, oh, he just means, just peacefully protesting and putting forth lawsuits. I'm not giving them the benefit of the doubt anymore, because since Trump has won, we have seen nothing but violence and destruction come exclusively from DNC lunatics and their supporters. Exclusively. You have these DNC lunatics across the country destroying everything, and they never call for it to stop. They just say resist. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is dangerous rhetoric. Whether you believe it or not, it's dangerous rhetoric, and they know exactly what they're doing. Trust me when I tell you, they know exactly what they're doing and exactly what they're saying. Now, as you round this video out, I want to make it a point to come back to J.B. Pritzker, right? And how horrible of a governor he is. Let's take a look at this clip here in closing from Fox News so we can get a good understanding of how much money is being spent on illegal immigrants in 2025. So let me pull up this clip next.
$2.5 billion. That's how much Illinois is projected to spend on migrants by the end of 2025, according to a new audit. The tax.
Pause. Stop.
2.5 billion.
2.5 billion with a B. 2.5 billion by the end of 2025. Why did I feel the need to stop and pause it there? Well, this is why. Let me take this video down off the screen for a moment and pull this article up for you. Look at this here. So while you guys are spending $2.5 billion on illegal immigrants, J.B. Pritzker, that is, he's also running a $3.2 billion budget deficit. You see that? Your state and your city is drowning because of this illegal immigration issue. And the Democrats' obsessive need to fund it and to make sure they can hold on to as many illegal immigrants as possible. How do you make that make sense? How do you even sell this to people? How do those who are Democrats, how do you get behind this? I don't understand it. I don't understand how people support this, how they get in line to keep voting these people in office. This man is spending $2.5 billion on illegal immigrants.
Hell no.
And shockingly, but not shockingly, he's running a $3.2 billion deficit. That tells you where the main focus is and who the main priority is. And it's not the American citizen in Illinois. It's not.
Nope.
The main focus and the priority.
I'm the one that coined the phrase, a budget is a measure of a city's values. So you spending all this goddamn money on these goddamn illegal immigrants, that just lets you know where your values lie. And all these damn Democrats need to go. Every last one of them. They got to go. This is fucking ridiculous. Like you said, crew, this is one state.
Are illegal immigrants over its citizens. So much so that he's willing to bankrupt his own state. And Brandon Johnson's willing to bankrupt his own city to fund them over you. Now let's get back into the Fox News clip.
$2.5 billion. That's how much Illinois is projected to spend on migrants by the end of 2025, according to a new audit. The taxpayers are calling out the governor, J.B. Pritzker, for putting the needs of illegals over his own citizens. Chicago resident and director of the Community Roundtable, Kata Truss, is one of those taxpayers. She joins me now. To me, the key line of the audit is this, Kata. In 2023 alone, total costs outpaced expected spending by over $400 million, enough money to shelter Illinois' entire homeless population for a year.
So while Illinois' homeless population was in the streets,
we documented it here,
being a nuisance to everyday citizens, respectfully, because we understand a lot of these guys are veterans. Some of these guys have drug issues. So I don't want to be insensitive to those that are homeless, right? A lot of them, there's actual like real mental issues that are going on, but it's a nuisance nonetheless. Trust me, I live in LA. It's a nuisance nonetheless. And in Chicago, they could have sheltered all of the homeless population with the money that they're spending on illegal immigrants. Let's carry on. Let's carry on.
What do you think of your governor prioritizing illegals over your friends and neighbors who are citizens, but who are also in need?
Well, I've been very vocal about how I feel about it. I've been very vocal about the fact that this Illinois government, this Illinois governor has neglected both our Chicago public schools, our citizens of the city, as well as the state of Illinois. What we are afraid of, what the taxpayers of Illinois are afraid of, is the fact that there is going to be a $3.2 billion budget deficit for the state of Illinois heading toward the year 2026. And that is troubling to us, especially when we look at the money that has already been spent, and the fact that instead of our governor, as well as other Democrats standing up and saying, we made a mistake, we got it wrong with how we handled this migrant crisis, they continue to double down and make it seem as if they did something to be commended about, and they have not. And the people are going to show them this at election time.
I hope that that's true, and I hope that that's the case. But I have to see it to believe it. You know, when you're talking about states like Illinois, cities like Chicago, and especially also too here in cities like California, where I am, cities like LA, despite the fact that California is the reddest that it's been, you know, coming off the Trump election. I don't recall, I forgot how many counties flipped red, but it was a lot. It was a lot of counties in California that flipped red. Despite all of this, it is a tall task to get people off of being stuck on stupid to stop voting these people in office.
Right.
Because when you're running deficits like that, that comes at the cost of the citizens. They're increasing your taxes, they're increasing your fees and licenses all across the state and in the city of Chicago, taxing you to death to be able to continue to fund Biden's migrant crisis post-Biden. But then how they sell it to you is that it's Trump's tariffs that are increasing prices, when it's actually bad liberal policy that increases prices in your state and in your city. In LA, we are being taxed to death over here. Cost of living was through the roof before Biden came in. After Biden, obviously for everybody, it skyrocketed even more. So that means it's even 10 times worse for us over here. But to the degree that there have been benefits to Trump's administration being in office, economically speaking, in cities and states that are liberal, you will see almost none of that, because these DNC lunatics tax us to death to fund nonsense and then try to pan it off on Trump when it's actually bad liberal policy. And I'll leave you all with that. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms, and also
dinners and collard green dinners. It was probably prepared in Kamala's bathtub, all of that shit just to get a damn vote. Wow, $2.5 billion to provide for the illegal immigrants in Illinois. If that don't infuriate you, I don't know what will. Right, Cookie's like, what the hell? We're gonna eat her damn collard greens that she prepared in the bathtub. The fuck? And they kept trying to pass her off as a black woman. There ain't no FBA woman gonna prepare no damn collard greens in no damn bathtub. The hell? The sink, and not the damn bathtub. What the fuck? Yeah, that was horrible. Yeah, come get the catfish dinner, and place your vote for Kamala. Fuck no. They can miss me with all of that dumb shit. But they was really doing that shit, and we did cover it, Cookies. We did. All right, so more illegal immigrant, illegal alien news. I think I got another one from TD. Oh, it's about the war. We're about to go into World War III. And the dump is going off on Israel and Iran for ceasefire talks. What the fuck? Trump goes off on Israel and Iran over ceasefire talks.
Today is a different day, and I'm curious, are people still as optimistic about a ceasefire? Everybody who's a citizen, I would imagine, would rather have peace. On both sides, actually.
Absolutely. Absolutely, on both sides. The civilian population is paying an incredibly heavy price. And when you look at billboards along Israel's main highway in Tel Aviv, there's a large picture of President Trump, and it says, "Thank you, Mr. President." The people in Israel are breathing a sigh of relief. They've just experienced one of the most intense periods in the history of this country. And now it appears it is over following these efforts by President Trump.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today we have to talk about the F-bomb that was dropped by Donald Trump this morning, where he was very upset with the way in which Israel completely unloaded on Iran within the first hour of him announcing the ceasefire. Now, mind you, he gave both sides, I want to say it was roughly around 12 hours to just reel everything in, go down the chain of commands, put an end to a lot of the operations that are going on. He completely understands, and it's just common sense. In the middle of negotiating a ceasefire, you still have military operations happening. So it takes time. And when you're talking about a ceasefire, essentially, it's no different than in regular everyday life with two men fighting and you're trying to break up the fist fight. You might pull your guy to the side. The other guy, the people that he's with, might pull him to the side, but they still want to kind of lunge after each other and still fight anyway. So we understand all that. When it comes to ceasefires, it takes time, right? It takes a little bit of time for cooler heads to prevail and to reel everything in. But what we're going to see Trump is particularly upset about is that within the first hour of announcing the ceasefire, Israel dropped a barrage of bombs, just unloaded on Iran. And when we watch this clip here, I can tell, it is very obvious in what he's stating, that he was very upset about that, because unloading in that way could have possibly completely nullified and voided the ceasefire to unload in that fashion. So what I want to do right now is play this clip of Donald Trump speaking to that, and then we'll get back into the discussion.
Israel says that Iran violated the peace agreement and the ceasefire agreement. Do you believe that Iran is still committed to peace?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too.
Are you questioning if Israel is committed?
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I'd never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, when I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the they're doing. Do you understand that?
Yeah, so there's that. So what apparently happened after the fact, once Israel bombed the you-know-what out of Iran within the first hour of Trump announcing the ceasefire, Iran, I want to say, launched close to about 5 missiles their way. And then 3 hours into the ceasefire deadline actually being official, meaning all firing, all military operations should have ended now by set amount of time. Apparently, and I'll say allegedly, 1 missile from Iran went over to Israel. Iran claims that that wasn't them and they didn't do it. And it appears that, based on what Trump was saying here, that he believed that it might have been done mistakenly. Maybe certain chains of command, weren't adhered to in that moment, and maybe somebody just fired off a missile thinking that the operations were still going forward. With that being said, Israel then vowed to strike back. And that's what Trump was responding to at the very end when he was saying that he does not want them to strike. Israel did strike, but apparently it was very minimal. And then they turned their planes back around. And since then, for the most part, things are at peace, right? For right now. So the ceasefire, for all practical purposes, is still in effect. It's still in effect. I think Trump just didn't like the way it came into effect, right? He didn't appreciate Israel dropping so many bombs so heavily on Iran in a way that could potentially escalate things or prevent the ceasefire from even taking effect. And I can understand that completely. I would probably feel the same way, especially given the relationship. Once again, just bring it into real world terms, how you interact with people that you know. You're trying to break up this fight between Israel and Iran, but you're friends with Israel. Like, that's your friend. That's the guy that you're trying to pull back. I put in place the ceasefire, and I'm really looking forward to you to not make me look bad and for you to have more of a level head than the people that you're fighting against, to really bring this in and reel it in, especially given the fact that at this point in time, Iran has been completely declawed and defanged. Their nuclear facilities have been wiped out according to our intelligence. So there's really no need for you to bomb them that heavily. For you to go out and do that anyway, yeah, I'm going to be pretty upset myself. I would be pretty upset myself, to be honest with you. But nonetheless, the ceasefire is still in effect, according to Donald Trump. As you can see here, Trump says Israel-Iran ceasefire is in effect after deal initially faltered. The article goes on to read, we'll get through this quickly. U.S. President Donald Trump said a ceasefire between Iran and Israel was in effect Tuesday after the deal initially faltered, and the American leader expressed deep frustration with both sides. Israel had earlier accused Iran of launching missiles into its airspace after the truce was supposed to take effect, and the Israeli finance minister vowed Tehran will tremble. Iran's military denied firing on Israel, state media reported, but explosions boomed and sirens sounded across northern Israel mid-morning. And the Israeli military officially said 2 Iranian missiles were intercepted. But later he said the deal was saved. And I quote, Israel is not going to attack Iran. All planes will turn around and head home while doing a friendly plane wave to Iran. Nobody will be hurt. The ceasefire is in effect, Trump said in his Truth Social post. So apparently at this moment in time, the ceasefire is in effect. Trump just didn't like how it essentially came into effect because Israel just unloaded just a little too heavily on Iran in a way that could have prevented and just had this blow up in his face, right? But here's what I want to focus on next. Let's come over to here, because in this video that I want to play for you right now, many people have been under the assumption that Trump is into regime change, right? That he wants to completely remove the current regime and replace them with a new one. Regime change is often very messy and doesn't work out the way that you want it. And the last thing that Trump wants and or needs is boots on the ground, our military men and women in Iran, the same way that we were in Iraq and in many other nations across the Middle East, essentially trying to topple these governments, right? That's not something that Trump is interested in doing. He's not interested in regime change, and he speaks to that right now in this video that I'm going to play for you next. So let's get into this clip now.
Do you want to see regime change in Iran?
No. If there was, there was. But no, I don't want it. I'd like to see everything calm down as quickly as possible. Regime change takes chaos. And ideally, we don't want to see so much chaos. So we'll see how it does. You know, the Iranians are very good traders, very good business people, and they got a lot of oil. They should be fine. They should be able to rebuild and do a good job. They're never going to have nuclear, but other than that, they should do a great job.
So I was very pleased to hear that. And I'm sure a lot of people are pleased to hear that as well, because there were rumors going around based off of a Truth Social post that Trump put out that he's going to engage in regime change, and people are overreacting, going, oh my God, we're going to war with Iran. And we're not. We're not at war with Iran. We're not going to war with Iran. People saying that kind of stuff are just, you know, ill-informed and ridiculous. You know, they want to see President Trump fail, which is just astonishing how many people want to see him fail, versus just allowing this man to run the country and let's see how things play out. People refuse to just let things play out, then make a decision, then honestly critique, versus jumping the gun to be disingenuous because you just hate Trump so much. It's really quite pathetic, to say the very least. It's quite pathetic. And that's what Trump's getting ready to speak to next, right? Because he also spoke about MSDNC and CNN and all the foolishness that goes on over there, just concerning muddying the waters as it pertains to real news, real information, and just constantly being against Trump just to be against Trump. I want to play that clip for you next.
I think it's been completely demolished. I think the reason we're here is because those pilots, those B-2 pilots, did an unbelievable job. And, you know, the fake news, like CNN in particular, they're trying to, they're trying to say, well, I agree that it was destroyed, but maybe not that destroyed. You know what they're doing? They're really hurting great pilots that put their lives in the line. CNN is scum, and so is MSDNC. They're all. And frankly, the networks aren't much better. It's all fake news, but they should not have done that. Those pilots hit their targets. Those targets were obliterated, and the pilots should be given credit. They're not after the pilots, they're after me. They want to try and demean me.
The dump is lying because we got confirmed reports that they didn't really destroy shit. Lisa just covered that earlier tonight. But yeah, Lisa Cabrera already debunked that. But let's see what else the dump got to say.
Iran will never rebuild its nuclear. From there, absolutely not. That place is under rock. That place is demolished. The B-2 pilots did their job. They did it better than anybody could even imagine. They hit late in the evening. It was dark with no moon, and they hit that target with every one of those things, and that place is gone. But when I see CNN all night long, they're trying to say, well, maybe it wasn't really as demolished as we thought. It was demolished. You take a look at the pinpricks, and you see that place is gone. And I will say, I think CNN ought to apologize to the pilots of the B-2s. I think that MSDNC ought to apologize. I think these guys really, these networks and these cable networks are real losers. You really are. You're real losers. You're gutless losers. I say that to CNN because I watch it. I have no choice. I got to watch that garbage. It's all garbage. It's all fake news. But I think CNN is a gutless group of people. And the people that run it, nobody even knows it's been sold so many times. But the people that run it ought to be ashamed. MSDNC, a guy named Brian Roberts, he heads it. He's a disgrace. He's a weak, pathetic disgrace.
And most of these Trump critics are weak, pathetic disgraces, man. Because once again, like I stated, so much of the critique that comes Trump's way is wildly disingenuous. It's not genuine critique based off what's actually going on. It's critique from a standpoint of you're just a dumb hater who wants this man to fail. And that's what's wild to me, because if Trump fails, then we all fail. Just like when Biden failed, we all failed and we all felt it. So why would you want this man to fail? Just to have an aha moment and say, I told you so. Whether you're talking about MSDNC, CNN, or other silly, goofy people on YouTube who do silly, goofy live streams, always talking about Trump is taking an L, there's division in MAGA, so on and so forth, when all of that is far from the truth. People just want this man to fail, and it's completely weak and pathetic. It shows how fickle people are, and it shows that you really can't trust folks at the end of the day. If there's anything you can count on, is for people to let you down. And even more so than that, if there's one thing that you can truly count on, is for people to just simply be stupid. And most people are. And that's what a Trump presidency really shows, that most of you guys are honestly are just dumb. You're just dumb and you're stupid. And once again, there's another one of those moments where I try not to go there and just get in the name calling, but a lot of you just don't deserve respect. You're stupid. The Trump critics are really stupid at this point. And we're going to get into some stupid right here on CNN. So let's get into this clip next, because this is completely ridiculous.
The question is, how do we actually get Iran to not have a nuclear weapon? That's really where we're at.
Well, functionally, we did it, with these strikes. I mean, what he did was a courageous move, and working in concert with our special partner, Israel, we let them pummel them, take out their air defenses, and then we swoop in the way only we can with these B-2 bombers and these special massive ordnance penetrators, and we deal with the situation. So it was great tactically. Ultimately, the only way to get Iran to stop seeking a nuclear weapon, I suppose, would be if the people of Iran rose up and tossed these butchers out and got themselves a new government. I'm not suggesting that we should be involved in that. But you would hope someday that the people of Iran would decide to have, you know, something more like a normal government where, you know, you're not constantly trying to get nuclear weapons to bring about the end of the world, which is effectively what they're constantly trying to do. But today is a great day for America. It's a great day for Western civilization.
Scott, my problem is the Trump administration is taking a victory lap as if they're the only ones who planned this. And I understand he took the action, but this action was planned by the military for multiple administrations. You just said yourself, Israel has been pummeling Iran because the Biden administration was providing weaponry for them to do so. So I will say, you know, it's just amazing to me
plans
that
are only
it lasts multiple administrations. And so, okay,
Occasionally the correct answer is
he
just,
rolled the dice.
good job, President Trump. Well done.
He
Occasionally
rolled the
that's the
dice,
right answer.
but he rolled the dice. We don't know how this is going to end. Is this going to bring about peace? I'm not sure. If you want to say tonight, for sure, 100%, it's peace, I'm actually willing to kind of like look at that bet, because over the course of time,
You're hoping for something else?
No, I'm not. Over the course of time, history will tell you that when I went around the world with President Obama, these other countries are planning in 100-year plans, and we are looking at 2- and 4-year plans. And what I'm saying is this military strike was many years in the planning by our very capable military, and I think they deserve the credit.
I mean, you can't get any more ridiculous than this, because at the end of the day, as far as common sense goes, which is something that most people don't have, it's very obvious that Iran can't have nuclear weapons. Essentially, they're a terrorist regime that sponsors terrorists all throughout the Middle East and throughout the world. So they can't have nuclear weapons. This is a sentiment that's been echoed by numerous Democrats over the decades, right? Where from Obama to Hillary Clinton, so on and so forth. The difference between Trump and the Democrats is that Trump was actually willing to do it. He was willing to go over there and partake in military strikes to destroy the nuclear facility. He actually had the balls to do it, where Democrats don't. And most people, I believe, understand that this needed to be done. He did it. Nothing has since happened negatively since then. So therefore, yeah, this is a victory. But if you're one of these DNC lunatics, or just one of these other goofies that hate Trump just to hate Trump and always looking for an aha moment, then you're going to start looking for reasons for why. Well, it's not really Trump's victory lap. This is something that was done over numerous administrations. The American government is a friend of Israel. The American government has been supplying Israel with finances and weapons for years. So if you're looking to be hyper technical because you can't just say great job, President Trump, then if you want to be hyper technical, I guess you can say, yeah, they still have some stockpile missiles that they got from Obama, and they might have used those missiles from Obama versus whatever we might have given them in more up-to-date times. So therefore, we really got to thank Obama, right? It's really Obama that did this. That's the logic of people like this. It's completely foolish, man. And what Scott Jennings was hinting to, if you're being honest, man, and it really goes to show how sick these DNC lunatics are, as well as just Trump haters overall, because it goes beyond the mainstream media. You know, you have a lot of goofies on the internet as well. If there was a sleeper cell attack that occurred on American soil, you people are so sick that you would actually be happy that that happened. That's how sick you people are. That's how sick the DNC lunatics are and the anti-Trump crowd is. If there was a sleeper cell situation that occurred on U.S. soil, you all would be so happy just to be able to say, "Ah, I told you." And that's what's really scary. That's what's really scary, is how much you hate Trump more than you love your own country. So much so to the point that you would love for tragedy to strike on U.S. soil, just so you can point at Trump and go, aha, you people are pathetic. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And also do not forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegram is in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until next time.
Make sure y'all like and subscribe to Frontline Black News. Yeah, I actually have to agree with TD on this. Like, yeah. don't think he'll be doing nothing to harm us. He just doing stuff to help us. So he said that people that hate him so much, they still hate him no matter what he do. And if it wasn't a domestic terrorist attack, they would congratulate it and welcome it on. Shit's crazy. All right, so now we're gonna hear from Tamir Rice's mom. She spoke out recently, so I'm gonna play that interview next.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the bullpen. In the bullpen today, we have Miss Miriam Rice. Ms. Rice is the mother of Tamir Rice. If you remember, back in 2014, a cop named...
Oh, hold on. I'm going to play that Lisa Cabrera video first. Let me play that real quick. Because Lisa like debunked that whole thing about the B-2 bombers destroying the bunkers that had the nuclear facilities in Iran.
Saying that the U.S., when those B-2 bombers were over there dropping those bunker busters, nothing was damaged. All three sites that they claim they destroyed, remember Donald Trump said they obliterated, they said all three of those sites are still intact. This is a recent satellite photo. And when you look on the ground, you don't see no damage here, y'all. And that's what they're saying, that the U.S. did not destroy anything. So this was a waste of time, a waste of millions and millions of dollars, a waste of bombs, and everything it took for the U.S. to go over there and drop bombs. Now, you know, this just goes to show you, America is not war ready. Anytime you claim you obliterated, this is Donald Trump's word, obliterated these sites and the satellite shots and everything is coming back that nothing was destroyed, you are not war ready. You are not war ready, America. You're not. And your president is a liar. He got in front of the cameras trying to make a big finale out of these bombings, and America did not hit anything of significance over there. The reports are all coming out. So they said, you know, they're going to resume with the ceasefire, although that was a failure. You know, bombing took place on both sides, but it was far worse, Israel, for sending a barrage of missiles over there. So now the White House is scrambling, trying to refute reports that they did not destroy these facilities that they claim they destroyed. You know, they were carrying out nuclear programs. Well, Tulsi Gabbard was trying to tell Donald Trump that they didn't see this activity Donald Trump was claiming. Nope, not Donald Trump. You know, whenever he believes something, that means it's true. Just like the white genocide over in South Africa. You know, this man is an idiot and he believes any damn thing. Once he sets his mind on believing something, you can't break him, even if it's a straight up lie. Now, maybe you should have listened to your national intelligence when they said they didn't see nuclear activity going on. Perhaps you should have listened, Donald Trump. I know you don't like to listen to anybody. and you think you're right about everything. That's why when I heard about these bombings and Donald Trump was all in front of the cameras, we so psyched. I had my doubts. And I even said, when it comes down to Donald Trump, I'm not quick to believe Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a pathological liar. This man don't tell the truth about anything. And I had my doubts when I was listening to that press conference, and then old drunkard Pete Hegseth come on behind him talking crap. I was like, I'm not feeling it. But I know people in this country, want to believe Donald Trump, and they'll just run with anything he says, even if it's a lie. So, according to what's coming out of Iran, it is confirmed that they moved everything out of those locations. The next day, they were saying they went in there to look. They found no uranium. And see, when I heard that, I knew they went in there prior to and moved all of the stuff out. And this is the way I see it. If you're going to get a location because you think illegal activities are going on, why don't you just get those locations? Why are you making some grand announcement days and a week before you send those bombers over there? You just gave them ample time to move everything out, which they did apparently, because nothing was found. Nothing was found. I don't know. Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, a war. I'm just telling you, that adds up to disaster. You should have left your generals in there. Pete Hegseth is a drunk. He's not a general. All right. And this is very dangerous. And to me, it shows that the intelligence coming out of Pete Hegseth, the defense secretary, his group, is deeply flawed. And that is problematic when your president and your defense secretary are making claims, and then not even a full 2 days later, you're finding out their claims are completely false. So it's saying U.S. government employees and their families are still restricted from traveling to Tel Aviv, in that area. And, so a couple of locations have been badly damaged. Tel Aviv, I think, Haifa, and now they're saying Jerusalem and Beersheba have significant damage over there in Israel. And, the U.S. Embassy is closed. You can't have no embassy opened over there, and all of this bombing is taking. And I really believe we're being misled on purpose. I really do. Now I reflect back. Did the U.S. just want to give us the illusion attack, but there really was not one at all? Something is definitely up. They made a big deal out of this thing, and it was just too easy for them to do it. And not only that, if you're going to destroy a site, wouldn't you want to wait before you come out to the public to say you obliterated these sites? So you said this immediately after the bombing, and you did not do a thorough investigation to see what shape these alleged bunkers were in that you hit. But y'all, like I said, this is a recent satellite shot of the location Donald Trump claimed he got. Do you see any major damage on this map? That's why they're saying nothing was damaged. Nothing. This is absolutely ridiculous. And it just proves how incompetent the Trump administration is. He put a bunch of people in top positions with zero experience, and it shows. It shows. This is shameful. This went out. That news conference Donald Trump did, running his mouth, that went out worldwide. Now you really look stupid to everybody. Y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notifications.
Like I said, the dump was lying. He's lying. He's lying. And like we said, why would you tell them 2 weeks ahead of time where you're going to start? Of course, they had time to move it again. Oh, man. Definitely are in the twilight zone. All right. So getting back to what I was on. We're going to hear from Tamir Rice's mom. She speaks out about her son's death and what she's been doing since then, and her kids, the kids graduating. Tamir Rice would have been, how old was he? 24? Yeah, he would have been 24 going on 25 this year. The RIP to him. He was killed playing with a toy gun in 6 seconds. It only took 6 seconds for them to exterminate him. Oh, yeah.
Tamir Elijah Rice, who was playing with a toy gun in the park outside of a recreation center. The 12-year-old died the next day. His birthday is approaching next week on June 25th, actually in a couple of days, June 25th. And we have on the program his mother, all right? Ms. Rice, good day, welcome to Indisputable. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on the program, and thank you for your continued advocacy and leadership. Give us some insight as to the nonprofit and the work in this space to basically create common sense reform and common sense dynamics to ensure this doesn't happen in the future.
Yeah, well, since the death of Tamir, I've been on a journey and a search for justice. I've been through 3 administrations, the Obama administration, then the Trump administration, then back to the Biden administration, where in the Trump administration, it was quietly closed. In the Biden administration owed me an explanation because, of course, the Trump administration at the time was not trying to give me no type of explanation on why. So after I had my conversation with Christian Clark at the time, she basically told me that she will not take the case to the Supreme Court. She will not try to go for the willful intent, which is statute 242. Yeah, so she just wouldn't go for it, or she just didn't pursue it, telling me that the career prosecutors knew what was best. And, you know, I had my attorney write a letter. I had Brian Stevenson write out to her. I had Angela Davis write out to her. From my attorney gathering a letter, getting a lot of signatures, saying that she could try the statute 242, which is willful intent, meaning that Officer Loman had that weapon, he had the gun on his, unstrapped on his lap at the time of my son's murder. So I've been still searching for an indictment for Timothy Loman. I have managed to get with an organization in Cleveland, Ohio, and create a civilian oversight board. We're still under a consent decree in the city of Cleveland, and it's just a lot of it's a lot of corruption. Let me just say that. But the civilian oversight is strong enough to possibly hold officers accountable, accountability and things like that. But it's just making sure you got the right people in play. My journey has been very, very sustainable and very long and nurturing. And I was able to develop the Tamir Rice Foundation in 2016. And I purchased the building in 2018. Wanted to give back, doing free after school programming in the city of Cleveland. So it's been very long and still working at it.
That's amazing. You transforming this kind of pain that, as a parent, is unimaginable. I cannot imagine what you went through and go through with something like this happening, and then not to be able to get justice as you should, obviously is extreme to the emotion. But you have taken that to create this very beautiful thing in your son's name. Can you tell us about the nonprofit, go into more detail about what it does and what it aims to do?
Absolutely. The Tamir Rice Foundation is the bigger umbrella for the Tamir Rice Afro Central Cultural Center. And we do programming in the community, from expression arts to tutoring to mentoring and doing creative writing, where we have a performing arts studio in the back of our building where the children can do plays and just be children, I wanted to create that space because that's what my son benefited from, being part of the community arts program and different entities like mentoring and just things that, would keep him out of trouble and keep him busy, him and his sisters. So I just wanted to be able to create that space through Tamir's eyes, and hopefully people will understand the vision to be able to, create spaces like that for our children. Just knowing that the inner city schools have taken a lot of things out of the schools, like the arts program and certain clubs and things like that our kids should be privileged to, but they're not. So I just wanted to create a space for them. Right now, I did a lot of free book bag giveaways for school and school supplies. I supported Tamir's soccer team. He was a soccer member in the 5th grade at R.G. Jones, and that's the west side of Cleveland. I was able to support like maybe 12 families, giving out like $100 gift cards, just to make sure they had a good Thanksgiving. We did like an arts workshop where kids we took them to the botanical gardens and just did a workshop with them and talked about different flowers and plants throughout the week. And I work with an amazing team that I have around the country, a lot of artists, and from E.J. Hill to the Astor Gates in Chicago, where the gazebo is right now. It's in Chicago. It's not at Cadell Recreation Center. There's a memorial there that I put in honor of my son. So if anyone is interested in seeing the memorial, it's a very nice memorial that that the city of Cleveland allowed me to put there. Let me just say that they allowed me to put it there. But I was able to get it done.
You know, you're an amazing person. You were thrown into this leadership dynamic, and I know at one point there was this movement of mothers who were thrown into this advocacy because a child was killed that should be alive.
That's
and
right.
that's a heck of a way, obviously, to come into this.
Yeah.
Tell us about that experience.
Yeah, it's sending out 2 children to play that day and only one coming home is the most reality chin checking that you ever gonna feel, to be honest with you. It's heart wrenching. It felt like breath was taken out my body at the time. I wouldn't wish it on anybody, to be honest with you. And the system is so broken. It's too broken to do anything, to be honest with you. I mean, just thinking about all of the other murders from the 1900s and the kids that was murdered and the way that they were murdered with Emmett Till, George Steeney, and we could go on, right? It makes me almost feel hopeless, right? But there is a but. There is a but, because there's a God. You know, with the right people and play and leadership, you know, it could be possibly, you know, a win somewhere, you know. Because sometimes the way that this country leaves us in and what they display to us and things like that, it just, like, when does it end? Like, when do Black people get justice for their lives, you know? And knowing that a lot of genocide has happened in this country, it makes you feel a different type of way. Let me just say that. I'm always hopeful and very high spirited, but it just makes you feel a different type of way. And I'm gonna be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be very, very candid and honest with you. It's a horrible feeling, but I'm able to push through it through the grace of God. Let me tell you that.
Amen.
Yeah.
Amen. We hear a lot about the national scenario around these moments. We hear little about the heart, the character, the personality of the young person who's no longer here. So if you would, tell us about Tamir. What kind of child was Tamir?
Yes. Tamir was transitioning a little bit. He was only 12 for 5 months, okay? So he was still playing with Legos, still playing with toys, to be honest with you, video games. He likes to draw, and he was really an all-American kid. He loved all the sports, and he excelled in all of them too. He was very exceptional. A lot of the teachers told me they wish all the kids could be like him. I'm like, you do? Because he didn't sit down much. So I had to keep him busy. I had to keep him doing stuff, but I wanted to make sure it was positive stuff, right? Expose them to things that I wasn't exposed to growing up in the inner city of Cleveland. What people don't know about me is that I lived in the suburban areas in Ohio, raising my children from 2005 all the way up to like 2012. So they lived in like the suburbs of Ohio. We was able to get out because of government housing and provide a different lifestyle, a different environment. And my kids was really, they were able to excel tremendously. But when we moved back a little bit towards the inner city of Cleveland, things started to deplete with the school system, and it was just a lot. Lack of services, nothing for the kids to do, no programs and stuff like that. So yeah, that's kind of, but I still had services and kept them involved with like the mentoring program, and they were able to take them to different places, and that's how he was a part of the art program over at Cadell. And I didn't even know that because we had only been living over there 9 months before this happened, right? I just moved to that area as the west side of Cleveland. I knew about it, you know, I knew it used to be bad, a lot of drug activity and stuff, but they had cleaned it up over there. You know, they cleaned it up. And I thought it was safe to send my kids right across the street to the recreation center. It's a park right there. I didn't think nothing of it. And yeah, my life changed. My life changed right before my eyes. So
today you are transforming that into a message for others and making it strength for yourself. Let's put up the GoFundMe. For those who are watching this, Ms. Rice, what can they do to provide support for the ongoing efforts?
Absolutely. Well, Tamir will be 23 years old coming up June 25th. This is his 11th year anniversary that he has been gone. If people could just donate $23 for 23 years, I would appreciate it. All the proceeds go towards the Afro Central Culture Center, and I'm still renovating it right now. It has been a process. I have had the building since 2018. I purchased it with some of my settlement money, and I was able to work with an architect a year later in 2019. It took the city of Cleveland like almost 2 years for my blueprints to get approved. Then I took another year to get them revised. So now I'm at the stage where I have already invested like $600,000 into the building, and it's a 5,000 square foot building, 2 stories. The back of the building is a size of a small basketball court, but we will be turning that into a black box theater. I'm working with Terrence Spivey and other directors. I'm open to having that conversation and things like that. One thing my son Tamir and his sisters and brothers, they love to watch movies and kind of act them out. So they love to do stuff like that. So Tamir was an all-American kid. I'm telling you, he could do everything. I didn't really know who he was going to be or what he was going to be. America took it from me. They took it from me. So I don't know what he was going to be. But he was a very talented, energized, light up a room little boy. That's what I'm gonna say. He was kind of big for his age, but that's okay. His dad is 6'4". I expected him to be big for his age, but he was really a gentle giant, to be honest with you. And all the teachers, everybody always had good things to say about him. So that made me happy. But when everything is all and done, I know Tamir will want me to do this for children, because one thing about what I did for my children, I invested into them. So I have 4 high school graduates. They gave Tamir an honorary diploma a few years back through the summer program. So I have 4 high school graduates. It wasn't easy to get them children out of school. 2 kids was still in school when Tamir was murdered. I really had to be a mom and, stand firm and strong. And, God was able to work through me and make me the person who I am today, along with what my mom and my dad instilled in me and things like that. But yeah, so I'm just hoping people can understand the vision that I just want to give back. I just want to invest in the children. I just want to do the work because the children are our future. They need a safe space to be and play and be children. The one thing about me, I allow my children to be children. You don't want them growing up too grown. And that comes because I had to grow up at a very early age. And I don't want no child to have to do that, if so be it.
Remarkable leadership from a remarkable mother. Thank you for all that you do. For those who are watching, make sure you go to the GoFundMe, do the absolute best you can. Support Tamir Rice's legacy. Go to that GoFundMe. Thank Thank you, dear sister. You have an open opportunity here anytime, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Thank you, Dr. Richie.
Thank you.
Okay. Have a good one.
You too.
All right, since Lady Che is up now, you can finally hear her thoughts on her boy R. Kelly having his life threatened in prison. Apparently, they moved the white supremacists from Arizona to North Carolina to assassinate him within the prison walls.
Are you sure the clip is?
Already played it.
No. You want my thoughts about it?
Yes.
That's a good drink.
Yes.
Good evening or good morning, Grand Rising. I don't know what time it is really fast.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Right after we got back from the event, and I had took off my street clothes and put on my indoor clothes and laid down for a minute. Was looking at. I was watching the back of my eyelids. I didn't even hear when the opening tracks play. So I didn't even know how far he had already went in. So I was just out to the world. It was exhausting. I had a very upsetting day, very long and very heavy day at the doctor. That's some news I didn't really like to hear. I didn't really think I heard. Then we went to an event where we convinced to giving the DA that work.
Yeah.
Then we came back, but it was raining off and on. I think the rain made me kind of tired, and I lost my voice. R. Kelly. Okay. So I in the beginning, I guess, look, everything that they give us media-wise is like programmed. It's like whatever they want to tell us. So we don't get to really hear both sides of the tale, and it's just up for public opinion and judgment, right? So, when the attorneys came out and they were very adamant about getting R. Kelly at the prison, get Kells out because Kells was getting his life threatened. And basically, which didn't really make sense of why Peckerwood would come up to or tell him all that, over what really, when you think about everybody in his case was, they're all black. Kells is the one that keeps the lights on. So, given his lady troubles or whatever, they're predominantly all black. So, it's kind of like whatever he was talking about, it really didn't make any sense if you really think about it. Everything you learned watching the trial or just watching Surviving Kells. You know what I mean? Like, just that alone, you just kind of was like, huh? What the fuck that mean? What you talking about? That like it didn't matter. Didn't make any sense. What? So nobody was like, nah, you go get out. Like, you can't. Like, it's like, whatever. Finally, he just decided he got tired of it and he just wants to make a grandiose thing and try to get out or whatever. But it wasn't until the accidental overdose and the poisoning that I was like, maybe there is something to it. Because he could have died right there. And what happened on you played Urban Politicians?
No, I played who the hell did
You should play Urban Politicians.
No, I didn't play it.
You should play it right now because that would explain everything I'm about to say. Because that's where I will get my news from Urban Politicians.
No, just gonna throw me off. I just wanted to hear your thoughts on this.
You should watch that because that's where it was because of like the lawyer said basically that they gave him an extraordinarily absorbent amount of medicine that he was already getting. APC.
I played too well for TV.
Well, that works too. But that works too. You probably got to save information. That works too. So, said he got an extraordinary amount of medicine that he was already taking, right? And he's at PC again.
Yeah.
Then they take him to the hospital. This is what really sealed it for me. Was they took him to the hospital, the doctor finds blood clots in his lung and his lungs and his legs. I myself get blood clots in my lungs, right? And those blood clots can break off and kill you, right? I know for everything that I'm saying, I know for example, like it has happened to me where literally it's almost killed me like 3 times that I was in the ICU, literally, in like a little makeshift coma. Okay? 3 separate times in my life over a lung clot. Okay? So I know that this is a fact. I know this is true. So I'm like, oh, like that. I was like, there you go, right? I'm sitting here watching it at home, talking to myself. Like, see, baby, he wasn't lying. Because what they did was, the doctor said he's going to need surgery. The guards say, fuck all that. Take him out of there, armed and everything. Take him up out the hospital. Just take him back to PC for a minute. And that's all that I know of.
Here's the link, Shabaka.
Right? As of yet. So my thoughts for this, like maybe there is something to it. Because 90% of the time, the guards are probably quiet. They take him out of a quiet hospital. Even though the doctor said, don't take him out of here. He needs surgery. He could die. It's a big possibility. Wait, don't do it. He needs this surgery. And these motherfucking guards are like, yeah, whatever, because let's put him, like, literally take him out of there by force. Right?
Yeah.
And so, like, first of all, do you even have the authority, question mark, to go against the doctor's wishes? You're worried about, handcuffing and all that. That's the whole point of cuffs, right? You don't gotta physically do anything except put his ass on the bed and cuff him and chain him down. That's all you gotta do. Trust me, been there, done that. They use their cuffs,
right?
To chain a motherfucker to the bed. I woke up chained to the bed. I went there chained to the bed. Been scared chained to the bed. So chain him to the bed, right? They ain't gotta do nothing else. Plus, the nurses and doctors were like, don't take Kells, right? So, I don't know what happened after that, but I would say that maybe there is something to it. Because immediately after they said that, look, if anybody's been to jail, you don't go and get your own medicine.
No.
They bring it to you. So, they bring it to your pod. They bring it to your block. They bring it to you.
Yeah.
So you don't go and get your own shit. I don't know about how prison works, but I know about the city and the county, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how could he have done it to himself? Especially if he's already a PC. You know what I mean? And these are drugs that he already takes for whatever conditions he already has. You know what I mean? So if they give him a more lengthier power dose, that's all it is switch up of pills.
Yeah.
One could be 75 milligrams. Another one could be 150 milligrams. And he already is weird ass condition, so he just popping it back. You're not really looking at the size or the shape of the pill. Just think about it. Just go down that black hallway with me.
Hmm.
So that's my opinion on that particular thing.
Okay. And then you missed a lot of stuff. All right. Thank you for that, Lady Che. I'm gonna move RIP to Tamir Rice, covered prior to Lady Che's speaking on the R. Kelly situation. He would have been 24 today. So happy birthday to him. And
That's very sad.
Timothy Loman is still working, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. That's very sad though. Like, how can you not get upset listening to that?
Right.
Still to this day. How can you not be emotional?
Right. All for playing with a toy gun in a damn park. A toy gun.
My name.
Not a real gun.
Okay.
A toy gun.
Because he's still a little boy.
6 seconds.
That's the fact that nobody remembers that he was still a little boy. He was still a baby. Of course, he's going to have little baby toys.
Right.
He was at the park. He was still a little baby. You know what I mean? Like, that's what people forget to remember. That he was just a little baby.
Right.
5 years old, he's still a little baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So R.I.P. to him. Shout out to his siblings for graduating from high school.
Yeah, even after all that.
After all of that. So moving along, we got our local news. A lot of shit's been happening out here. So I'm gonna let our NBC affiliate give y'all the update on some of the crazy shit that's been happening here. DPD killed somebody yesterday. We had a meeting with the DA yesterday as well. Yeah, it was kind of hush-hush about it. Let's see what happened.
Breaking news overnight, police in Denver have shot a man in the city's Westwood. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jordan Chavez.
And I'm Lawrence Graffiti. It happened not far from a middle school off of Kentucky, west of Federal Boulevard.
Right now, 9 News reporter Brianna Fernandez is live at the scene this morning. Brianna, are police still out there?
Yeah, you know, within the last 30 minutes, it already cleared up. But this is where we were seeing investigators taking pictures. We were seeing evidence markers. I mean, it was a heavy police presence when we first arrived around 4 this morning. So I want you guys to take a look at some video when we first arrived and we saw Denver police here on scene. So here's what we know and how everything unfolded. Someone called Denver police about 2 people near the school around 10:30 last night. So both Denver police and Denver Public School safety officers, they arrived to the scene and they noticed a male and a female in front of the school. Police asked for IDs and then they later ran a warrant check. While police were doing that warrant check, the man asked if he could go. Police said no, so he started walking away, pulled out a weapon, and started firing at officers.
He did not drop the weapon. In fact, he actually fired at the officers as he was fleeing the officers. The officers then returned fire, striking the individual who then went down.
So we actually got brand new statement within the last hour from Denver Public Schools. It says in part, 3 DPS patrol officers were on scene and have been placed on paid administrative leave by Denver Public Schools while the investigation into the shooting occurs, end quote. Now back out here live, we know that man was taken to Denver Health where he later died. According to DPD, none of the officers were injured during the shooting that happened late last night. Now, as for the woman that was also here on scene, according to Denver police, she ran away while this all was unfolding. But the thing is that they still have her ID. So she's still, they know who she is and she's still considered a witness. So, of course, that's what the investigation is ongoing this morning. We haven't heard back from Denver police to see if they've captured this one.
All right, Brianna, thank you very much. Let's give you a live look outside right now. The clouds are really starting to cover Golden right now. This is a look over the city from our camera atop of Lookout Mountain as we get ready for some severe storms to roll in this afternoon, bringing some heavy rain and even hail with them. Our weather impact team has called a weather impact alert for this afternoon.
Let's send it on over to meteorologist Jaden Knowles. Jaden, we're talking about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. I mean, you got that time down to the T right there.
She's like, I got to have my car in the garage by then.
Yeah, that's right. But so far, we are tracking that severe weather threat for this afternoon, talking about large hail, gusty winds, and possibly even a spin-up tornado. But luckily, the wind shear that we were talking about yesterday has kind of gone down just a little bit. So that is going to help limit the tornado activity, but still it is possible. Current temperatures, we're still feeling the cooler temperatures from that cold front on Sunday, the low 60s currently. And there is a little bit of fog out there, especially towards Akron. Visibility is very low, so give yourself some extra time heading out the door this morning. That fog should start to lift up, and we might even see a little bit more sunshine around lunchtime this afternoon before those storms start to ramp up. So far, though, live radar, not much going on. There's a couple of isolated showers, very light showers towards the high country, but I don't have a lot of rain in my forecast on your morning commute to work this morning. But once again, those showers and thunderstorms will start to increase as we head into this afternoon, starting around really 1:30 in the foothills and going all the way through 8 p.m. as it tracks towards the east. Once again, today is a little bit warmer than yesterday, 82 degrees, and those storms will start to get started this afternoon. So once again, in my full forecast, I have the details about the timing, the impacts, and really how it's going to impact your day this afternoon for the reason for the weather impact alert and the rest of the week as we head into the weekend.
A busy weather week, Jaden. Thank you. 7:04. We want to talk about the commute because we've got a new incident causing issues for us northbound I-25 8th Avenue. It's in that.
Finally, just decided got tired of it.
We got you're like playing the video or something.
I was back from the doctor because I had to lay down for the appointments. I had to meet Jesse at brother's chest.
I sent my regards. Shabaka.
Oh yeah, what'd he say?
My regards.
He said, "Oh."
All he said was, "Oh, huh?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
that tells me everything.
Well, that's what we were doing. What we were doing when you showed when we had Shabaka's Black experience or whatever you did today, your Tuesday show. We were at the town hall.
Oh shit, that is trouble.
Yeah, listen, he knows what I say. And it's clear. You can hear every word. Like Chris is active over here.
All right.
Okay,
just putting that out there. You guys been on for 3 hours. Okay, we did a StreamYard for Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced earlier this evening, while you was handling business there back in the Mile High City.
We was giving him that work, Shabaka. I thought we were making cry. He didn't want to talk to me and Jesse after the fact. After we get to work. Normally the DA was like,
"Did you videotape it?"
Yeah, of course, we got it up there. We're gonna play the clip. We're gonna play it that we've been doing lately. So
we had a very good show over at Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced tonight over on StreamYard.
That's a brother.
And Dynamite, the co-host, he was a big help this evening of getting the graphics up there, So, so to quote the words of the Mad Dr. D, the show did go on tonight for Shabaka's Blacc Experience Enhanced.
Yeah. What you doing, Shabaka? You said you and Dynamite were killing the show and doing what now?
Okay, now we did a show this evening. Okay.
Yeah. End of it, Shabaka. I was in the chat, but
Jesse told me about
having a hard time pulling up the chat or something. Down the saying.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So hopefully y'all checked it out. We had a good conversation, on some sensitive issues, and then also too, the next time we do it, because I think I got the motherfucker man for about maybe 3 weeks. Because I'm taking a whole lot of notes, man, on President Ibrahim Traore over in Nigeria. I'm sorry, in the Burkina Faso, because Ibrahim is doing some very, very serious moving and shaking.
Yeah,
and I want to get that. And I want to get that pineapple head 4-star general that you brought to my attention. What's that dude's name? Langley, right?
Langley. Yeah, like remember I told you, Shabaka, one time during the Pro-Life Black News, I was like, y'all be sleeping on Traore. Like he over there, he's the one that said we could go home.
Yeah, exactly. See, Traore ain't no joke, sister. And what has happened is that I saw a YouTube report where Traore was debating, the Trump regime. And who's that bimbo he's got up there for his press secretary?
I forgot the other headset or whatever fucking thing. The secretary read it.
Pete, the drunk.
Yeah, the drunkard.
That's it.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about, Shabaka?
No, what happened was Trump's press secretary, right?
Pete.
Tried to disrespect Traore.
Oh no, the white chick, the white lady.
Right. And Traore,
Bondi, yeah, the white lady. They be lying her ass off for trouble.
Yeah, that one.
That probably lying up. She sure do be lying up.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think everything
okay,
she
but
got that lie.
Yeah.
but see, but what it is though, he had showed her ass up because they tried to disrespect the young brother. Actually, Jesse, he's the same age as you.
No, he's a year younger than me, Shabaki.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, so y'all are in the same age group. And then what he has done, he has put together a water reclamation project.
Mm.
Yeah, he's also building electric cars too.
You say,
Like I
you
said,
see what I mean?
Very beginning. So it's about goddamn time.
Yeah, it is at the very beginning.
Yeah, and so he says he's keeping on the spirit of Thomas Sankara.
Right, but he had to kick
Yeah.
out all the colonizers first. He had to kick out the colonizers. They was working on the coup.
No. That's just it, though, Lady J. He is kicking out the colonizers, not trying to. He is, and that's why the dump regime, they try to crumb bomb on him, and that bimbo dump got us this press secretary tried to disrespect President Ibrahim Traore, and he gave him the business.
Listen, Shabaka. I was skip to jury before you got on board. I was telling y'all about it. Y'all blew me off and told me to get fucked with my thoughts. So hold on now. Let me put it this way. He had to kick out. I said he had to kick out, meaning he had already done it. He had already made the move. He had been kicking out the French and the Europeans out of Burkina Faso. And
okay, now here's something for you folks. Going back, tradition is the first step forward. You remember Dada. Nobody fooled Big Daddy. Remember him?
Yeah.
Came back from March.
Guess who's running Uganda now? His son.
Oh.
Mm.
That's what's up. Is that the one that told the old Sambo to get to walking?
No, that there was President Museveni of Kenya.
Wait, Museveni is not.
No, I'm sorry. The current president, President Museveni of Uganda. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Uganda. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, initially.
This boy's character.
How
How
do I sound?
Discussion that was going on, the commotion that was going on outside our window. You sound good now, Shabaka.
You sound good now, Shabaka.
I don't know if that's
I sound good now.
AC, but besides that, you sound good.
Okay, yeah. What's happening is I think I know what the problem is. Hold on.
I'll be like, maybe he's a couple days.
They still arguing.
You have to grab her up and choke her to the ground or something. He called her a demon, cuz.
Yeah,
so we from those words we factored in she was white.
Yeah.
And she was pushing on them buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now you sound fun.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, the corner.
Okay. All right. Okay, what's happening out here with my components, man? Since they got the wind blowing and as you know, the desert is dusty, right? I'm getting a lot of dust in my place.
Oh.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to wrap this laptop up in some plastic. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, Edie. Okay, the successor of Edie. Dada. Okay, I don't think President Museveni. I think President Museveni is the president after Idi Amin Dada's son, because Idi Amin, man, existed 50 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So 50 years is 2 generations. It was President Museveni, the current president of Uganda,
that told Biden's representative, as we stated before, hey
Oh,
man, you
Russia.
talking about we got to embrace that alphabetized agenda, man.
Shabaka,
we
we got
don't.
one of our favorite trolls. Well, he's not a troll for us, but he's a troll for others. Russian boss revenge. I vote Pat Donald Trump.
Okay. Wow, brother. Okay. Yeah, I see you got some interesting spelling, but we get the message, man. You know what I'm saying? And with you voting for such an individual, I'm not surprised at your misspelling. Does not surprise me in the least. So, that's your choice, man. Me personally, I got a new name for your president that you voted for. The Jailbird. Air Force One should be called the Jailbird. Now, how do you like them apples?
This is the new one from Qatar. What
He
you
said
gonna call the one from Qatar, Shabaka?
it's the Jailbird too.
That's how they sound to me. Well, man, you got sense after all, brother. You know what I'm saying? You got sense after all. And then let's see here. Stream this to the okay, man. Yeah, because I can't stream to Facebook no more. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just say I can't stream to Facebook. But I think you still can, Lady Che.
Yeah, Lady Che can.
And I'll find
Yeah.
the show. And I'll share it on my page.
All right, but however, guess what I discovered, Brother Che?
What did you discover, Spot?
I could stream to my YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we did that. Yeah. So we did that. So it's up there, you know what I'm saying? And it was idiot free, you know what I mean? And what have you. Actually, it was some very, very good discussion. And then when we had pulled up, the information on President Ibrahim Traore, you know what I'm saying? Oh, they hate him because they trying to knock him off. You know that, right?
Oh my God, they still arguing.
I hope somebody gets choked out of all of this. I'm not gonna front.
Who's still arguing?
I was arguing with these white folk good outside. I hope somebody gets choked at the end of the night because they was arguing. They're so loud. Like we on the 4th floor.
Oh,
it's like having your mouth open and a fart come by. You know what I mean? It's like that. Like they so loud. You called her a demon. They be hollering back and forth, walking up and down from one corner to the next. So I'm like, hurry up and choke her to the ground real quick and run off. So we can be done with this shit. You know what I mean? Like, hurry up. Like, she would have talking all this, woo, woo, woo. And it's like, bitch, just go ahead, because whatever he's saying is way more entertaining. He is saying all kind of entertaining shit. So I'm just hoping somebody I'm like, yeah, I'm advocating, like, so what if they white? I love to see white bitches get choked to the ground. Hurry up, choke her to the ground already, because I'm going to start yelling it out the window. So, like, it could be, like, hurry up, help them along, because, the loc whistle was already handled. They put the bird side out.
Russian
I was like, hurry up and choke her to the ground already, cuz. Like, let's make
The
this
chick
show
who sings that song, they just deported her husband the other day.
Change that song. What song is that, man?
F around and find out is real. Yes,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. FIFO is all the way for real. For real, for real, for real.
The dude from what was his dad? He was from like where the hell was he from? Nigeria or something? Is that who you talking about or somebody else?
Everybody going to every different country nowadays. I'm about to start deporting brothers to the Sudan.
They're about to start deporting all these mugs that countries don't want to take them back to the Sudan.
Well, okay, so you saying is the dump who's doing all the deporting to certain countries, people don't want to take them back?
Right.
Yep. So he's gonna send them
to Guantanamo Bay.
He gonna send
they take anybody.
He gonna send them to Sudan.
Well, Okay, you can send them to Sudan all they want, man. But Sudan, you know, even much to this very day, it's very, very warlike.
Yeah.
Man, they gonna make it out there.
Sudan ain't no joke.
Oh, that's why they split it into two. And they
First of
all
all-
on that cartoon out there. Them ones is smoking dead bones.
First of all, them men is not gonna let these motherfuckers push up on their women. Period. It's the Sudanese. The Sudanese like to fight. They like to fight, and they're strong. as hell.
Okay, well, see, that's just it, though, Lady J. The Sudanese, they're very warlike. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? They're very warlike.
They're not ready for nothing out here. They definitely, if they fled their country to come to America, soft ass America, they definitely are not ready for fucking brutal ass Sudan. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And then also, too, we're going to do some research on the Sudan because Sudan has history going all the way back to the biblical times, just like Ethiopia does.
White
Shit,
cells.
I'm anti.
Oh,
Yeah.
I came out earlier when I was going to doctor.
Chase talking about my neighbors. Crips.
Crips.
It's a whole crip building I live in now.
They love the dog, man. As soon as they see me, they start smiling. Like, join us, came down the house. You know?
Yeah, but getting
like
back,
that's a little.
getting back to this. This is I-25.
Oh, I thought it looked familiar. That's downtown Denver.
It's changed so much. Now it's called 6.
And don't that go past Donkey Stadium?
Hey, look here, Shabaki. It's
What?
the Broncos.
Oh, so it goes past Pony Stadium.
No, it's the Broncos, Shabaki. It goes by Empowerment Field at Mile High.
Oh yeah. That's right. I forgot y'all did change the name of that place. In Pesco Low at Mile High.
Yeah. Empowerment Field at Mile High.
The GMO ponies.
No, the organic Broncos. The
Yeah,
best
man, put the ponies back in the barn, man.
the Gators in the whole of the ship.
All I've been seeing is nothing but Broncos stuff coming across my
Yeah. The Raiders, man, you know, we'll see what they do in the preseason, you know. So the Oklahoma Thunder, you know, they won the NBA championships, okay, and I think that's their maiden voyage.
Yeah. I think that's the first time.
Okay, well, that's okay for Oklahoma City, man, because Oklahoma, as we know, is down there where the Black Wall Street is, you know what I mean?
That's where our crip homie is, Jihad.
Yep. Oh, it's not. It's not. So we quit.
You friends with Al Jihad Sabaz on Facebook, Shabaki?
El who?
Al Jihad Sabaz.
On Facebook?
Uh-huh.
Hold on, let me go check here, man. Let's see here. Come on, Facebook. We got Facebook. Okay. And let me put them off in a search bar. Okay, let's see. All right. Okay, and we need a search. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, and let's see here. Where's my search at? Events, friends, books, reviews given. Man, they really been screwing this up, man. Because you used to have a search bar up here to look for people, man.
Yeah.
Oh man, can I tell about my week's spooky story thing? Okay. So listen, while you look for that, I got a little story to tell, right? So today I was sitting there waiting.
Listen up, Lady Tay got a story to tell.
I got a little tale to tell. So I was sitting there just to see that I got here from where I came from my house. I was about to go to the doctor's. I was looking for something on the internet, couldn't find it. I was waiting for Jess to get out the shower. So Jess was in the shower. So he got this new baby. and then we made it. And the motherfucking shit is loud anyway. It's loud now, right? So I'm sitting there, and I was watching something on the internet, right? Waiting, I was on hold with Social Security. Like, oh my God, I was on hold for them for like 2 hours. I gave up.
It's got a new cartridge.
So you got a new cartridge, right? And this shit's already loud. So I was hitting it, I was like, I hit like 5 times. I was like, man, this ain't shit, right? And then I started coughing, drink some water. Then I hit this bumper again, right? So ultimately I hit it like 9 times in like a matter of 3 minutes. Okay? I was like, I kind of, because I don't really smoke out the vape pens, right? And so I hit the pen, and I blew it through my nose, right? I blew the smoke through my nose 3 times, y'all. And I swear to you, the first time it burned, the second time I felt my nose hair start to stick. The third time my eyes were watering, and it's still real loud coming through my nose, man. Like, like it all of a sudden cleared me out. I was blowing my nose. I felt real spicy. I was like, God damn, like, and I was high as fuck. I was high until he looked. The police coming.
Now they get here.
He was like, I told Jesse looked at me. He's like, what are you smoking my pen for? You don't smoke. I was bored. I was like, man, like I was eating like a champ. I was so blown out by the time we got to at the end of the town hall. Yeah. That's when the munchies had kicked in. I feel like 2 bags of chips sitting there waiting for just the break the pantry. There you go. The fact is, do not blow that shit through your nose. At all. Like, did you try it? They spray your whole nose hairs sticks right off. There's no protection there no more. It's like all of a sudden my nose has been running still, and it's like real spicy. Like that shit is loud.
Yeah.
Loud. My ears popped open. Like all of a sudden the clarity. Yeah.
It's a sign of clear, no doubt.
For real. The sinus is mad clear.
Hey, not getting off subject, okay?
Just getting off subject. So I was going where you came on, Shabaki. I was getting into the local news, but what did you have to share with us before we get to the local news?
Okay, all right. I got a response from a brother, okay, and he has a theory of why black folks hate each other so much here in America. He says it's PTSD got right there in the belly of the slave ships with different southern nations, packed on top of each other's like sardines, smelling each other's urine, vomit, sweat, and I believe shit. They begin to hate each other, and that psychic has been passed down from generation to generation. Makes a lot of sense to me, and I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, that's by force.
That was by force.
If it happened at all.
If it happened at all,
yeah, because see, when you're in a confined area like that, and nobody's bathing, people are pissing and shitting everywhere, of course, yeah, you're going to be feeling some kind of way. You know what I mean?
It's not their fault, though. Hypothetically, it's not their fault. It's not their fault.
Well, this is what President Ibrahim Traore is addressing. This is what he told the dump regime, you know. And then they got that old pineapple head 4-star general, you know what I'm saying? That we covered, and he's up there with his yassa bossing ass, scratching ass, man. Tell me something. What is the remedy? Okay, I'm gonna ask Russian bots revenge for this. Russian bots revenge, if you're still with us. Tell me, what is the remedy for coonism?
Death.
How do you cure coon? We're trying to halfway save the sorry motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? If he can get his mind right.
The necklace.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Namzama was cold with that, wasn't she?
Yes.
Yeah. Namzama was cold with the necklace. Oh yeah.
The
and take their butter.
Right. Death.
Okay, do you know who Namzamo is, Lady Che? She was before your time.
Yes.
She knows her friends from South Africa, Sebastian.
Huh?
South Africa.
Lady Che knows her best friend is from South Africa.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, is she Xhosa, Zulu, or Sutu?
She's Xhosa. It's Xhosa.
Oh, really? Okay, so she speaks Mary McKeever's language.
Yes. Yeah. When my father died, like when my best friend, I was best friend for over 30-some years, and like I mean,
Okay, and she's from Azania. Okay.
Yeah.
father, they can't. The father was a pastor, preacher, reverend, and so was the mother. Mother comes from that same type of stock. She's a Black South African. So
Okay, so she's either Xhosa, Zulu, or Sutu.
Yeah. So when
I tell you, I would tell you who would know. And as you know, two parents that she went over there and she cussed out Joe Gibson. You know who that is? That's Mad Dr. D's firstborn.
Right. Well, I call him father. When he died, I wrote a eulogy in Kosa.
Oh, okay.
Like I mean, it was like 4 paragraphs long. So about my feelings about the father, and so they speak like that. They speak multiple languages, like.
Well, they probably they speaking. Okay, with the colonizer being there, okay, they're gonna speak Xhosa. They're gonna speak a little bit of Dutch, okay, and they're gonna speak English.
Yeah.
Okay, because I've worked with brothers who were Zulu.
Zulu.
Okay.
Zulu too. It would have just as impactful. So I forget exactly where, but the family house was built there, down there, and the father passed away. So he was very up in age. He had lived a long life. Yeah, I'm passing back to he just passed away too, like earlier in the year. So it was very impactful for me because I was sitting in the house, you know what I mean? So it was very, very severe, very sad.
Right.
A funeral for him out here.
And all the family was on Zoom. There was like hundreds of people on Zoom from South Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And they still got to go out there to do the traditional things. So it's really bad. They have traditional burial stuff that they got to go do that they still have yet to do. So
yeah, they it's what they would call a rite of passage in the various nations there, Lady Che, for the boys going into the manhood and the girls going into womanhood.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like a universal thing on the continent. I would imagine, that the procedures are different, but very, very similar. You know what I mean?
Actually, like I got forum we attended earlier.
Okay. All right. So what's happening about the man who got knocked off here in the Mile High City?
Oh yeah, it's getting heavy. Heavy.
Both countries are responsible for breaking that deal within hours of it taking effect. Israel says its military detected Iranian missiles just hours after the ceasefire was supposed to start.
Oh, glad you brought that up. You heard what Trump said, right?
3 people were killed in that attack. Iran only agreed to the ceasefire while Israel had not. Israel agreed to the ceasefire earlier this morning. According to a senior White House official, this is meant to be a phased ceasefire. Iran would stop firing for 12 hours. Israel would do the same for another 12 hours. The White House believes the U.S. bombing Iran Saturday helped get Israel to agree to the ceasefire. But after this morning's attack, Israel has promised retaliation. Though President Trump wrote on Truth Social this morning, Israel will, quote, turn around its jets, adding the ceasefire is in effect.
Oil prices have plunged more than 7%. The market was expressing relief that Iran's response to U.S. military strikes was far more limited and symbolic than feared. Oil prices started tumbling Monday after Iranian missiles launched toward a U.S. base in Qatar were intercepted. The more than 7% drop represents the biggest one-day decline since early April. The steep sell-off wiped out an initial spike Sunday night, driven by concerns Iran could lash out by targeting energy infrastructure in the Middle East.
President Trump heads to the NATO summit today as lawmakers back in the U.S. get briefed on Iran. NATO's Secretary General acknowledges Iran might come up during the summit, but analysts say defense spending will probably be the key focus. U.S. support for Ukraine is cooling under Trump. He also wants NATO members to contribute 5% of their gross domestic products to defense. Some are still short of the current goal of 2%.
Well, today, Governor Polis is in Santa Fe for the 2025 Western Governors Conference. The event is expected to cover a variety of topics from housing and healthcare to education and wildfire recovery. Polis will moderate a session focused on collaboration between the state and federal government to strengthen career pathways and prepare all students for good-paying jobs. He is also slated to join a roundtable discussion on housing solutions and increasing the supply of housing people can afford. A new study from CU Boulder shows that wildfires have a longer-term effect on rivers and streams than we previously thought.
Researchers say that water in the area after a fire can stay polluted for up to 8 years. The study looked at
That ain't no damn news. That's
more than 500 basins all across the West Coast and Rocky Mountains. It found that particles like carbon, nitrogen, and phosphorus can stick around in freshwater sources for years. Researchers hope the data they found will prove how important proper water treatment efforts are.
Oh, lady,
The
sounds like
whole
you
idea
passed
behind this
kindergarten.
study was we wanted to
Any
create
dumb bunny knows
a
that.
sort of framework that could be used as some general guidelines for water managers in a larger region to prepare for wildfire impacts.
Colorado was an important part of the study for a few reasons. One, the way we measure water quality. And two, the state has experienced several wildfires over the past 10 years.
Well, your next vehicle registration renewal will likely be a little bit more expensive. The state announced that they are raising fees on certain services to account for inflation. This will be $32 to get a driver's license now, starting next Monday, which is an increase of more than $1. Fees for license plates and decals are also going to go up slightly a week from today.
Tomorrow is Bike to Work Day. The annual event encourages commuters to ditch the car for a day. If you're in Parker, you can head to the Recreation Center for breakfast. From 6 to 9 a.m., you'll be able to get pancakes, sausage, and coffee. And for the first, they'll host several bike workstations throughout the state with refreshments,
That's the worst fucking
bike
bag you
maps,
can
and
do for
prizes.
physical exertion. You need some fucking water, some orange juice, man, and
Is
some
like a
cream.
lion.
That is a desire
All right, so
and physical fitness plan headed for disaster.
all right, y'all. So now we on to our unhoused neighbor news.
Yeah.
And Lady J had a whole lot to say about it.
It was about city council. Tell about city council first.
All right, so Monday we had a city council meeting, as we do every Monday, unless it's a holiday. And
We decided to
council.
so I didn't speak. We didn't get to speak at general public comment, but we were able to, per usual, since they changed the rules. Me and Pops is the only reason why they have a decorum or any of that shit. Before we started attending the meetings on a regular basis, you could get away with a lot of shit. Not no more. They did away with a lot of shit that you should be able to get away with. If you yelled your time.
Okay, Brother Che, I want to make a suggestion to you since you are running for public office. Okay, if they are not doing their job right, then you need to introduce some type of municipal legislation, if you can, or state legislation, is that when they don't show up for work, no shift, no pay. They do marginal work, suspend their ass for 90 days. That'll get their fucking minds right.
Yeah, I agree.
Sure.
I concur.
I'll bring that up on Monday.
Right. If we get to speak.
If we get to speak.
But
Yeah.
anyway, we got to speak at least I got to speak on rezoning that they were going to do over in Northfield, Shabaka, which used to be part of that northern part of the airport. Now it's
Okay.
a little Cherry
Okay, you
Creek,
talking about Stapleton or way out there by Denver International?
Stapleton.
Oh, okay.
Is the where the new Stapleton used to be? Now it's a yuppie community.
What a yuppie community.
Yeah, like they had all kinds of ritzy housing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then go ahead there, man, and introduce legislation or write your congressman, or not your congressman,
So
your
they
state representative and your municipal representative start hitting their asses with some tariffs.
Yeah.
You
So
see
they
what I'm getting at this?
monstrosity of a development, and I spoke against it per usual.
But the thing was, go ahead and tell about the contract.
Oh, so the Salvation Army contract. Well, we didn't have public hearing on that. That's all.
No, man. But what I'm saying is, man, if the jailbird man is putting out here all these tariffs, right? You know, helping his cronies and a select few, then reverse the process on them.
You do what thing?
The mic, the mic. All right, that's good enough. We didn't move this along, Shabaki, to my little clip, right? I made a video. So, I made a video talking about the Salvation Army and the rescue mission and all the shelters. They came up for contract. That's basically what happened. They came up for contract. The council was asking these fools questions, and it was salacious. It's heavy, really salacious. Jesse filmed most of it because he films it. But I was watching. I was trying to keep up with all the salacious dirt they were talking about. I couldn't keep up, so that's why Jesse recorded it. So I made a video because me and Jesse were on the list to speak. And with all the no-shows, you would have thought we were going to be able to speak.
Especially since they promoted me to panelist.
Yeah,
at the last minute.
Right, I thought that was some funny shit because Jesse was right before me. And I was like, oh, they gonna let us speak because I kept looking at the time.
Yeah.
And they had like a lot of no-shows, so I was like, all right. But yeah, motherfuckers with their Palestine nonsense, for some reason, seem to eat up all our time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
for like the past, what?
Couple weeks.
Year.
Yeah, well, that too. So let me get that. So this is what I was gonna say. I made a video because of my feelings and what I was gonna say. Plus 3 minutes is never enough time. And so I'm gonna open this video because I did it on my phone on YouTube, y'all, under the Revolutionary Agenda. So if you're not already subscribed to that, because you know I sit on both your social bucket and fucking and Frontline Black News. But the Revolutionary Agenda is mine solely. So if you're not subscribed to that, subscribe to that because I'm gonna be outside more because it's summertime.
Okay.
And
then subscribe to Jenna One and Lady Ch, and subscribe to GENIMP1 on YouTube.
Okay. And I'm gonna as soon as I find your video, did you do today?
He'll be soon changing it to Shabaka's Black
I'm
Experience.
gonna go ahead and put it back into Shabaka's Black Experience on the Facebook and share it with all my friends and stuff because I'm building a nice little page up again. So it's slow, but I'm trying not to add everybody. You know what I mean? So try to be more selective.
It all depends on who you're adding that pulls on your data, Lady Ch. And then you got to keep in mind too, because I go through those glitches as well. It's because everybody and their mama is on it, you know.
Yeah, and I was using my phone, but I was using my phone with Shabaka because I don't have the internet at the crib right now. So it'll explain that. But
Okay, are you near a one of them towers?
no, yeah, I had a tower, but because my bill was initially $55. When I had my surgery and stuff like that, I was out of tuition and they shut my money down. I was in the hospital all that time, so I couldn't do what it took to keep my stuff going because just I gotta do my own personal paperwork, and nobody knows where my shit is except for me,
So, and Jesse was at the hospital with me when he wasn't being sweated by the fucking staff.
Yeah.
So, let me just get through this video, Shabaka, because it's really important what I said. Because I was speaking towards this lived experience, but I was speaking about the men, and I would
Yeah,
go.
you on there for 54 minutes.
Yeah, yeah. But we were skipping through some of that, but it moves fast because it starts off with the vote. The vote didn't make no goddamn sense to me because they passed it with all the nays. They still passed it.
Just to play the vote first and then play
Yeah, because it didn't make sense. I didn't understand why they passed it. They should have passed it.
It was a reluctant pass.
Okay, so you all got a kangaroo city council.
Yes.
Right, you shouldn't have
Meaning
passed.
that they keep hopping the shit that they want as opposed to the interests of the people.
They have their minds made up when they come in the chambers.
Right, but when they
Yeah, right. So start threatening the motherfuckers with a recall.
yeah, right. They already did that. So
I mean, take it to the goddamn newspapers and the motherfucking local media. They're saying that we're gonna recall these bastards. You see what I'm saying? Because they sitting up there getting paid 6 figures a year and not doing a damn thing. Who knows? Maybe them was at the Diddy party. Oh, by the way, update on the Diddy case. Update up hot off the press. All righty. They are starting the closing arguments in the Diddy case.
then what? They already.
So it could be in the hands of a jury within 7 days.
All right. I'll cover that on the RBA too because I'm going to cover it in the Diddy case. But
Yeah,
like,
you have.
listen, let me get through this because it's really, really important because this is about the men's shelter. The men's shelter. Okay. So, what are you doing, Jesse?
I'm looking for the video from earlier.
No, go back to the video.
Yeah.
Go back to where you were. So
No,
we
I
can do
was
this.
gonna play the vote. The vote.
It's playing on my video.
Oh, it is. Oh,
Yes,
okay.
the audio is on it when you first started.
Okay, you got a problem with acoustics.
Yeah, I got 2 different videos playing at the same time.
Right, which is really because Jesse's gonna play a portion of his and then he's gonna jump over to mine, which is kind of crazy. You should have just played mine because you can see the whole thing on the thing. But I wasn't filming it because it's on Zoom.
Okay, did you cuss out Jeff Fart?
We like we're lucky we get in the. I'm lucky I was able to get in the building, like real shit. I was outside waiting for Jesse. He came in and helped me get up the stairs or whatever because my hip is broken, and so my chair is making it worse. So I couldn't really stand or walk, and Jesse had my cane, so he was gonna meet
No,
me.
they were supposed to make accommodations for you under the American Disabilities Act. That's a federal law.
Like he was gonna roll the ramp down and all this shit. And I was just like, man, let me just get up these stairs.
No, Lady Che, they were supposed to make accommodations to you under the Federal Disabilities Act. And that's nationwide.
So once I got up in there, I just sat right in front and saved Jesse a seat right in front.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, sit right here, big brother. Yeah, when he got there, he was a little late. I'd already been there half hour meandering and socializing because I'm not allowed in the building. Remember, I'm the one that said that old boy was buck broken and yeah,
She so
I've been
did.
talking all kind of shit. So
you told me he was buck broken.
Yeah.
I
Yeah, y'all remember that shit back here? Oh, punk ass.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is that there when Cornell West was there?
No,
prior
so
to that,
this is
every
prior
year
to
prior
that.
to that.
Years
But I
prior.
told him, I said, man, get in. I said, you actually broke buck broken. Just dust that shit off and go get it, you won't.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't understand this buck broken shit. They're like, the next off. They muted me, and then I was a rapper after that.
Mm-hmm.
And then later, Jesse over there talking about the real reason that Elijah McClain had been killed.
Mm-hmm.
The real reason when he was talking about it to his mama.
Yeah.
Not the grandmama, because grandmama's decent,
Mm-hmm.
good folk.
Yeah.
But the mama is like
Shout out
ambulance
to Miss
chaser.
Linda. But the mama is a raccoon.
Is a raccoon money bag chasing.
Oh, wow.
People don't really give a
Well,
shit.
that's why we created the hashtag and the group Resurrection of the Mental Dead.
Yeah, then so then, you know, some shit was said, and then I said some shit, and then, you know, some more shit was said, and then I said some more shit, and then that was that. And Jesse just carried on with what he usually does. And then we was banned for life.
Yeah.
But that'll stop Jesse from making a scene and raiding the motherfucking pantry. And me, I'm just not allowed in there unless Jesse's there. Because they'll find a way to
Hey,
not
man, let me ask you a question.
Hold on,
Here's something for you. All right.
Hold your thought. All right, so this is the vote. So it's very funny how this vote went, right? So I know like all these motherfuckers except for like maybe one or two. But Flora Alvarez, I went to high school with her. Flynn, he used to work for the Rocky Mountain News. More, she always claims her son, who was Blaccanese, Japanese, and half black, or is it her son or her nephew? Right. Toshi, who got killed back in the went to school with him. Serena Gutierrez Gonzalez, that's Quirky Gonzalez's granddaughter, Shabaki. And then Chris Hines, a dude, he's a disabled dude, he in a wheelchair. Paul Cashman, we call him Cash Money because he's got one of the richest districts in the city over there at D. That's all his district.
But he's fair.
Yeah, and then Chantel Lewis, she's my former councilwoman. She's on the verge of mammy at this point because she's sitting up here caping for the illegals.
I was learning that she on the alternative lifestyle.
Oh yeah, we already know that. Then we got Sarah Perry. She at large. She's on the spectrum, as they say. And then Diana Romero. She's the she took over for Pickfoot. No, what's her damn name? Kendra Blacc. She's Black spot. Kendra Blacc was like a real evil looking white woman. Sounding white woman, did some real wicked shit. Met with her a few times when she was a councilwoman, and now they got this Latina to fill her spot. So there's 7 Latinas on the council. Then we got Amanda Sawyer. That's the one Pops calls Purple Rain because her hair is purple. And she's always
damn.
She's a lame, but she's been giving the merit out work.
Yeah, but she's the big one against the library, remember?
Yeah. Then we got Pie Face, as Pops call her, Jamie Torres. She's responsible for gentrifying the West Side.
Yeah.
Then we got our tether councilman. Straight that's the one that was singing "Oh Happy Day" when they passed. They were able to veto the ban on menthols.
Yeah, he's a political theater, and not only was political theater, but this week particularly,
he's a tether.
He said some real offensive shit this week. I caught kind of most of it, but I was just so like taking notes so I could go back. He said some really crazy shit about Pride Month. At the 3:30 portion.
Yeah, I seen that shit.
And he was trying to conflate Pride Month. He had it like it was like a mixture of it was a combination of things. Immigration, all inclusivity, oppression, the Black Power movement.
Oh hell no.
They try to tell us where we come from. And we should remember that during Pride Month. I was like, some crazy shit like that. And I was like, no, I was in there like, this motherfucker, they always try to bring the Black Power movement or anything like that. They're always trying to bring that shit up to make their point. Like, and this is real tether activity.
Yeah.
Like, you can't.
Okay, see, like I said, when they do shit like that, that there is to delineate.
Shit.
Like, Jesse, that there is to delineate the Black Power movement. Not enhance. It's to countermand it.
Right,
Yeah,
right, right. But what I'm saying is
he's
like
a tether.
they're always trying to fucking turn whatever we did. They try to make it like it's nothing and turn it into gay shit. You know, because that's really what Pride Month is a month of gay activity, a white gay activity. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So, and I was about to say that, but they wouldn't let me speak. Like they never let me speak, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, how the fuck you villain?
Oh, okay. There's a term for that, Lady Che. Is where they know that you're going to speak and they know your position. So what they would do is that they will try to do everything not to give you no recognition. It's a term for it.
Shut up.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the term. It'll come back to me. Say, because they've done that there with me on other podcasts on Blog Talk. Motherfucker know damn well I'm up there in their damn chat room, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then they come up with that bullshit. Oh, well, we out of time. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want that heat.
Yeah.
They don't want that work.
So that's our tether councilman, or my new councilman.
Just to learn how to
Launch a recall petition on his ass and take his spot.
I'm just going to run against the bastard probably in 2 years.
Yep, that's a good idea.
Right.
He would totally win that seat. But go ahead, let me play. Go ahead, just.
And then the last, but certainly not least, the council president, Amanda Sandoval.
She always got something to say.
Okay.
Go ahead, just tell us so we get to my video.
Okay, so I was just showing y'all the vote. So that's how the vote went on which
The vote
Lady
didn't make no goddamn sense.
is going to be talking about. So it was 9 ayes. Flor, Alvides, Frelin, Gilmore, Cash Money.
Just look at the numbers. It didn't make no damn sense.
And majority of the rest on this side, except for Sarah Parody. I think Sarah Parody was the only no vote on that side. So yeah, only 4 people voted no, and that was Sarah Parody, Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez, and Chantel Lewis.
It made no sense,
and
man.
Hines, and Chris Hines.
It didn't make no sense because in the past, I don't think, in my opinion, I was like when my video starts, I'm like, this ain't gonna pass. Ooh, I was like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was like, it ain't gonna pass, right? Okay, so watch. Here we go. Perfect. But
Okay, can't hear nothing on you, Lady Che. It's like the microphone is off. Or the
StreamYard.
sound. Yeah, because that means it's getting overloaded.
No, it's just StreamYard. That's stupid.
Right, yeah, because, you know, I had to go through a bunch of shit with it, man, you know, earlier this evening myself. You know what I mean?
They're kicking me out last night. I must have got like 3 times.
Please give me that as a city, we must take these allegations really serious and be transparent to everybody. These are
So who you hear speaking is the council president, Amanda Sandoval.
it's right before the vote's about to be called, so the audio is playing because I'm using my phone to watch the city council, right? So you're hearing the audio, and I started live. So I was like, hurry up and wrap this shit up. So that's what you hear in the video.
Yeah.
It's the audio version of the vote. Go ahead, Jesse.
Correct.
It's only like maybe 2 more minutes of that,
So
right?
she's doing all this explaining
Right.
on why she's gonna vote yes, but it's gonna be a reluctant yes. And she's
Okay, so she's filibuster.
She's talking out both sides of her goddamn neck.
Play the video.
Right, but doing this, she's also killing the time for other
the
people to
steward
speak.
of these tax
Yeah, she's the final speaker.
Right. Just listen. Listen to what this broad said. She's just
dollars. And accountability must be part of the system that serves our most vulnerable population. And providers such as the Salvation Army I think you have to go back out and earn the public's trust. These are tax dollars that you are asking.
Okay, because this ain't for you.
And yet, I cannot ignore the devastating impact that closing these shelters would have on the very people we're trying to help. And until we have another safe and stable alternative place, closing this facility would create more harm than good. So tonight I'll be voting in favor of this contract, and I just want you all to know I'm going to be leaving with a very heavy heart. Super. These allegations, if you were on my side, imagine sitting up here in any of these 13 seats.
Now they want to listen. Now
and thinking about hearing what people have just said about an organization. You would probably not be voting for it. So I just ask that you put yourself in our shoes. And I have visited your facility more times than you would probably know.
Trolls, y'all trolls.
And it is somewhere that's not welcoming. It's super scary. It's not safe. It doesn't feel welcoming. Would you want your kids there? Would you want your aunts and uncles there? I sure wouldn't. And at the same
I just want to hear
we are left in a really challenging spot. So I just want to say that this is not a free pass to the provider. You have other contracts coming up. And at the same time, I just want to say I appreciate the work that you all have done. I don't think you've been put in an easy situation either. I think you probably go home at mission and you have some really bad actors in your organization. And it's your job to get those bad actors and get them out of your organization. There's other organizations that have bad actors. It's usually 10% of a population that gets the most criticized. And there's usually 90% of the people who are doing really, really good hard work. So with that, I will be a yes today. But I will say on the record that I will be continuing to push for systematic change that ensures our shelters in Denver are one of dignity, safety, and a place for people to feel that they can get on the path to get out of homelessness. So with that, Madam Secretary, roll call on resolution 0713.
Cut it off so I can get my
Council members Gilmore. Aye. Albites. Aye. Flynn. Aye. Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Nay.
Hines. No. Cashman. Lewis.
Nay.
Parody.
Nay.
No, it's not gonna pass.
Mayor Campbell.
Aye.
Sawyer.
Aye.
Torres. Aye.
It ain't gonna pass.
Watson.
Aye.
And Madam President Sandoval.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
Fails. Oh, why the fuck does it pass?
9 ayes.
9 ayes. Council Resolution 0713 has been adopted. Madam Secretary, please put the next item on our screens.
No.
Resolution 0830, a resolution approving a proposed agreement between the City and County of Denver and Brothers Redevelopment to administer American Rescue.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. All right, so viewers that I don't know, thanks for showing up. You do know this is a Black platform. So I'm just gonna keep it to that. All right, we're in Denver, Colorado. So the thing that was up was Salvation Army contracts, right? And the Salvation Army has several shelters that are run in the city, and City Council's been funding these, there's money for these contracts, right? That's Salvation Army and all these housing and there's all these programs, and they receive funding, right? And when their contract comes up for review, it goes up ahead to the City Council, and the City Council approves the monies for it, right? That's just to make it plain part, okay? Now, does you know that, and you watch Frontline Black News or the Revolutionary Agenda, then you know for a fact that I was unhoused, whatever we went, right? So we already know that. I don't want to get into that. But part of that is that Salvation Army houses or hold shelter for predominantly most of the men that are unhoused, pretty much unhoused men. And when they had got a new mayor, when we got a new mayor, he did the old white boy swoop in, right? And he tried to do this all in mile high bullshit, right? And in the district that my mate lived in prior to had a lot of these congregate shelters put in. But some of the shelters that were already there were already being used by the men, the unhoused men, had been in place for as long as I can remember, right? Like the rescue mission, for example, Crossroads. These are places where unhoused men could go sleep at night, and they basically treat them like shit and kick them out every morning, right? But a
Yeah,
lot of
5
ugly
o'clock.
things happen at these overnight shelters, okay, for unhoused men. And then, we want to talk. We'll just throw in any of the men that live different lifestyles, okay? Because we'll just leave it at that. So there was a lot of great situations, a lot of fighting, a lot of SA situations. Because it's YouTube, I don't need the problems, right? So you know what SA means and great means. So we'll just leave it at that, right? So there's a lot of these situations going on, a lot of robberies and things like that. Like brother couldn't go in there to go to sleep for real unless he slept on his bag, kept his shoes tied, and kept everything in his near his package, or else he'd get
You
robbed
got to
or
sleep with
patted
one
down
eye
while you
open and
slept,
one
and
eye
his phone get
closed.
stolen, or anything he had on him would probably get stolen or walked off with, and nobody saw it or knew anything about it. These are like things I knew about even before I became unhoused and I was outside just getting it how I lived. You know what I mean? So this is some real situational shit. This shit happens on a daily basis. And it's worse than for a lot of those men, it was worse than being in jail. Okay, because it's happening outside. Well, then you got these other unsavory conditions, right? Like in certain shelters, like especially where the Crossroads is, you have rat infestations, things like that, right? Going over food and stuff like that. So you have men that are belligerently sick with congestive heart failure or some sort of lung ailment, or you know what I mean? So these are like serious
That's
situations.
human rights
Not
violation.
to mention, like you have men that go out every day to try to go to work, and they come back from a long day's work and they can't even take a shower. They can't get a clean towel or a blanket or a place to rest. And that's the whole point of the shelter. But there's been funding millions and millions and millions of dollars every year to Salvation Army, the housing whatever stability program host, right? There's been thousands, millions of dollars funded. Like at least twice a year, some new contract comes up, right? And for at least the last 5 years that I've been able to fucking speak at city council or to the council or on whatever board I was sitting on or whatever, because I followed my mate down some political dark hallway, and I found a niche that I kind of like. So I just been over there just being super empowered because I was outside with a lot of these brothers and sisters, you know what I mean? So I've seen all kinds of things, but in particular, let's talk about the Salvation Army, okay? Specifically, the male shelters, right? They don't give a fuck. And then it came to be where you have look, when people are in the work in the shelter, they're like called positions of power, positions of authority. So they could tell you to get fucked if they want to. You go outside and just they don't have to let you in. You dig? So they're like placed in positions of authority.
And they are like the gatekeepers of letting you in at night, or whether or not you can eat a meal of less caloric value that they offer everybody. Like all the shelters here. Well, we're from here, okay? Well, not from here, but we're from the United States. So anybody who's been born and raised in the United States, right, know how the shelters, especially if they've ever been in unhoused conditions and they're from the soil, then they know how the shelter is, right? That you're not a permanent, you shouldn't be trying to live there permanently ever. You should really be focused on getting the fuck up out of there, right? This should only be like a temporary thing, because it's not only is it dangerous, but it's unclean. It's unsanitary. They don't offer you the right caloric value in meals. You know what I mean? Watch City Council. Just watched City Council. I just logged off, right? I didn't even stay for the rest of it because that's another separate topic, right? That we're not allowed really to speak on. I don't know if that had a public hearing or not, because it sounded like a zoning thing, but I don't know. It's either justice thing. But what I'm saying to you is that we just watched two white motherfuckers get up there, and one was questioned about whether he knew any of the allegations that was by certain individuals that we've been telling them that's been going on for well over 5 fucking years about the the sexual assaults. That's what, essays, and the raping going on there. The fact that you have people in positional powers of authority, power, right? Like in my case, I had a case similar about a few years ago. I don't really want to get into it, right? But I had to remove myself from the place that just used to live, because not only was I going through a serious situation in my own apartment, but after that was kind of like not there, because the situation, prevented that person from being there. To being, I guess, SA harassed, or SH, sexually harassed, right, by a staff member, right? And so when it was brought up, then they want to put your business out there, then they want to shame you, and then ultimately they want to remove you, so it's like menacing, can't say shit or else. But that or else, is like, well, whatever, because there's certain levels of a motherfucker will do when they know that they can do it, right? So, like, I, for example, know that me telling on this motherfucker would not behoove me, really. Why? Because he had access to everything. And when a motherfucker can maneuver in the same building and pay motherfuckers with drugs or access to or make their lives better, then that puts a motherfucker like me in danger. You dig? So, and that's just common knowledge from the street. So what they think from the motherfuckers from the street aren't wise to the shit that happens on the inside of these buildings, right? So they try to get their way, and they try to put a vulnerable individual in a position where they have to do something, or they have to. And when you got a motherfucker that isn't going to, then that motherfucker loses their shit and has to go somewhere else, like I did. You know what I mean? Because nobody makes me do anything I don't want to, and I don't give a fuck what you do. It don't matter. I'm from the ground, from the bottom. You know what I mean? I'll just maneuver around it or move around for my own well-being. You dig? Fuck trying to tell on a motherfucker, because it'll be that white person's word against my word. Okay, don't let the shade deflect the message. So when it comes to the Salvation Army, you have people in position of authority goosing on the residents, and then trying to do internal investigation, right? Like, so that's what the police do, right? The police like, well, we're gonna do an internal investigation, and then you don't hear shit about it. Oh, we fired that person. Did you? Did you not? Well, why did you fire them? They don't have no information. That it's confidential, right? But it's not confidential. Look, let me tell you why I believe it shouldn't be confidential. These are public shelters for the public. Any and everybody can go into it. Any and everybody, meaning Joe Blow from the street can go into the shelter. A ritzy motherfucker who got their house burned down can go into the shelter. It's there for everybody. If the police want to know something, they go into the shelter, they ask, and they get the little file, right? There was, when I was out there, I counted every motherfucking Halo cam and camera in the triangle area, right? And at that time, there were 72 motherfucking cameras, right? They could access at any point. All these shelters have cameras on the inside, so they know what's going on, okay? There's one motherfucker behind a desk manning everything. They see everything. They know everything. So for them to act like they don't know any of these allegations and they're doing these motherfucking internal investigations is like a lie in itself. Of course they know. Of course they know what's going on. This is a fucking fact. Okay? They know. They've been knowing. But they want to go up in city council and lie in their face and act like that. And then they want to do what is called, I like to call, contractual mayhem or contractual blackmail, right? Or hostaging. You know, like basically you're holding, like, you're basically making it seem like if they don't go along with the program and pass that contract and fund they bullshit, then you're gonna put 300 people outside, right? And nobody wants anybody to go outside. So for the sake of 300 people, go ahead and pass the bullshit. Instead of doing the right moral thing, which would be like, well, fuck it. You should have planned for a backup, right? Because if I'm getting money from the city every year to fund my bullshit, I'm gonna have to think of a backup plan for the day they don't want to fund my bullshit because people are getting raped or ended or all sorts of unsavory salacious shit. You know what I mean? All sorts of salacious shit. And this just like they have too much hold on the city when it comes to the unhoused. Okay, they have too much hold on that. That means they can do whatever they want to the unhoused and not be held accountable. And then the other agencies that are in cahoots with it, meaning that are behind them or that share money with them, they're just as complicit in the mayhem that happens to the unhoused. Okay, so like for example, there was a lady on there earlier, a sister. She was on there earlier. She had 7 children. She was living out her car. The police took her, said this is gonna be a stepping stone over here at this shelter, right? Same shelter that's on the contract, and they're gonna help you. Whoop, whoop, whoop. She had some documents, right? So you could see that she was more, let's say she's foundational because she used the word family Bible. So she wouldn't actually probably have the physical birth certificate because she's living in her car with 7 children and a mate, right? You know, she used a different lifestyle, right? So she didn't have the physical birth certificate, right? Maybe. So she did have the family Bible, which we all know to be as foundational Black Americans. We know that that's the tree, the fucking book that holds all the answers, but where, when, and where everybody came from, right? So we know that's keywords for that, right? So I'm listening to the broad story. I'm listening to the sister story, and I'm like, only to kick her out with her children and to have them go back to an unsavory condition without the means, the things that they were going to help her with. Not once, but twice. And so she's up there to advocate to shut the shit down, right? Because that's true. We have motherfuckers in these areas, in these things. What's up, Kari? With these things that are saying, hey, look, man, it's unsavory, it's unsatisfactory. First of all, me and my mate probably could attest to, I've been banned for every motherfucking shelter that can hold a woman, okay? Seriously, just from that first year of being outside. Probably because I want to let no old ass wench bully me, right? But that's just because I won't let nobody bully me. You know, not that I can't participate or behave myself. It's just that motherfuckers act entitled and they act like they could bully a motherfucker when they see him come in. Or they act like they could just take from a motherfucker and no consequences will happen. And a motherfucker like me is just going to sit there because I must look like I'm just going to take it. Right. I got the right one, right? So I'm banned, right? So in conditions of severe weather, I didn't have nowhere to go. So I was outside, building a tent, whatever, lean to, whatever, right? But even I know that during the day I could go in and get a meal from the rescue mission, right? At least until 4:00. So that's 2 meals. That's breakfast and lunch, right? They don't provide no caloric value. That shit is like fucking old or fucked up. They don't give you fresh nothing in that place. You can't even get any fresh water up in that bitch. Do you understand? So they're all about the motherfucking the biblical thoughts and shit. But if the Salvation Army, like for example, the Rescue Mission and the Salvation Army and shit like that too, right? If they're all about God, right? Crossroads, Crosslands, everybody's about God. Then why would you treat your people like that? If you're doing godly work, right? I mean, I'm not with it, but I'm just use your common sense and logic, right? They don't care. Why would you let rats crawl over the men? Right? Why would you put women in a shelter with black mold and you just paint it over it like it's just gonna cover it up? Setting off all kind of shit. Right? Because they don't give a fuck. Why would you have all these congregate hotels that are acting like motherfucking lit like studio fucking apartments, right? But they got rats and mice, or they got mice and roaches and bed bugs, right? You say you care about motherfucking mental health, but you don't really give a fuck because all these people that are in powers of authority, positional authority or whatever, right? They're doing the most. You had like one man said that that the council lady was like, what about this case where a staff member and a resident were on top of the roof goosing? And she said goosing, but she said having intercourse on the roof, cuz during working hours. Or you had a staff member and a resident go behind a dumpster or some shit, and the other staff member doing a lookout, and somebody caught it on film, and they try to cover up whether they were disposing of the prophylactic, aka rubber, right? Are you for real? During work hours or whenever? Or staff member pays for an Uber and takes the resident home, and they live together and they're in a relationship now. What?
I am my bad after.
What? What kind of bullshit is that? First of all, you're not supposed. I'm only 45. The last time I checked, fraternization at the job was still kind of like a no-no. You shouldn't be fraternizing with the motherfuckers you work with, right? Because you got big old conglomerates of motherfuckers like Amazon and shit, where people are just goosing on each other and shit. It's like whatever. That's fraternization. That's like a number one thing to get fired for, right? Fraternizing. But you're fraternizing with the most vulnerable and taking them on the other side with promises or whatever. You know what I mean? That's still wrong. That's still fraternization. That's a whole different level of fraternization. You understand what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, though? That's a whole different level. But when asked this question, Cuz was like, he didn't have nothing to say. I'm not familiar with that. I had no idea. I don't know anything about that. What do you mean you don't know anything about that? You're the director, interim or no interim. Meaning you're just there holding the spot. Interim is like you're there holding the spot till they find somebody else. But you have privy knowledge from at least 2021 of all this nonsense happening. And we're in 2025 and we're only talking about 2025. Are you fucking kidding me? You got staff members writing to council talking about all this disgruntled shit happening and a lot of sexual shit happening there. Not just raping and assaults, but like coercion and, you know what I mean? Accepted type shit. And then the same people threatening the co-workers not to say shit. Right? And then the people above them co-workers acting like they investigated it and we handled it internally. That's what the police say. That's what the police do. They handle internal investigations. Right? There's no outside source coming in like, yeah, all the evidence is right here. We got all the camera footage. You going to jail. Right? No, nobody's going to jail. They just get fired. Right? There's no vetting process. Then this broad was like, city council broad was like, first she allowed the white lady to say, we see you, we hear you, bullshit, right? But when I hear that, I was like, yeah, you see me and hear me, but you don't give a fuck about what the fuck I'm saying, right? So it's in one ear and out the other. That's what I hear every time they say that bullshit, right? Then they wonder why this is happening. Well, when you have Democratic politicians, right, handing out the money or being in charge of the money and what goes to what and what, you can expect this type of bullshit. You can expect this type of bullshit, right? And it can happen with the Republican type individuals here. But I'm just saying from the view I've seen, we've had nothing but Democratic motherfucking city council members that just go, yay, yay to that, yay to that. And then all of a sudden, this year, everybody like in the last 2 months, everybody want to act like they have a moral compass, but still vote yay. Or stand on no, right? And then have this moral compass all of a sudden. But they've known what they came into. Right? And so I said it's like, not only is this like complicit bullshit, right? And they just passed the shit again, right? Not only that, they just basically showed the city of Denver and everybody that was in there, especially this one gentleman that was giving up a lot of vital news, right? Is salacious and so salacious, right? They basically just showed him that they didn't give a fuck about what he talked about or anybody that talks about. Anybody who sent that email, there's one dude who worked there, sent a lengthy, descriptive fucking email to all the city council members. They didn't give a fuck. How could it have passed? And I was sitting there thinking, there's no way it could have passed. 9 yays. I was like, no. It still baffles me how that passed, right?
You're welcome. I'm glad I hold you.
It's still it's like what's like. I don't understand how that passed with all the nays that were against it. I still man. I feel like that was a magical fucking trick. It's a powerful magic right there.
I moved around.
Just happened.
Yeah. And my hand kept slipping to the speaker.
So with watching city council and early, but that's this army, which is which runs a lot of the shelters here in the city, right? In the city of Denver. And some of these shelters, like I've been saying for fucking a millennia, should have been closed down a long time ago. But but Salvation Army has them in like contractual blackmail, basically. Like, you're gonna pass this or else 300 motherfuckers gonna be out in the street. Which, isn't really surprising because they kick men out all the time, like for no motherfucking reason. But I'm also talking about that the reason why we're so avidly against it, against them getting their contract filled, why me and Jesse and everybody and their goddamn mama was so against it was because there was all this bad stuff happening, like SAs and SHs, graping by staff with residents, which means the people coming in and out of the shelters. A lot of disgruntled shit, a murder to beatings, things like that. And for the men, it's way worse than being in jail sometimes. And it, like I was reflecting on a time when I was unhoused, and the men would go in there at night, like brother go in at night. They'd have to lace their shoes up real tight, put all their shit, like their phone and if they had any money or anything, in their underclothes, in their pants and stuff, sleep on their bag with their arms wrapped around it. You know what I mean? And not have nothing charging or plugged in because they would lose their shit. Or they would get beat in their bed and robbed in their shit. You know what I mean? Or if there was say like a gay man or trans man in there, whatever, getting violated. Like it's one thing is consensual, it's another thing to be violated. You dig? So they were being violated in there, and there was many complaints, but we were outside complaining about this shit because
your pockets while you sleep from being outside all day. Yeah. Right? And then motherfuckers started figuring it out.
I had like when I was unhoused, all my cousins and stuff that were out here would have to go in at night and sleep inside. And they in there boxing and they'd be out like 2 hours later because they're trying to protect themselves, or they couldn't get a shower, or they couldn't get nothing to eat. The food isn't like you can't really be full or nothing because there's no caloric value to it. It's just trash. It's like whatever, right? But we're here in the soil, so we are accustomed to those kind of conditions in the shelters, right? So like when the invasion came and these motherfuckers were complaining about the shit, right? They're complaining about the food. We're like, you got to get it like how we do. We deal with this shit. We've been dealing with it for motherfucking years, and they don't make no fucking arrangements for us to fucking do it. But when they started making these moves for the immigrants, like giving them food cards and letting them go out and get their own shit, eat whatever they wanted because they were complaining. Like where was that for us when we were complaining? Like we've been complaining. Right. I've been complaining. And you gotta give me grace on this. I'm like holding the phone. I don't have no computer. I mean, I do have a computer, but internet. Anyway. So yeah, I was talking about that. I was talking about what they passed because they keep funding it, so the bullshit will continue to happen. Right? They don't do the right vetting. Some of the staff from Salvation Army come right off the street. You know what I mean? So if you have a predator or something, he coming right out of prison and he going right into work after he's done his successful 90 days or whatever, and he's successfully integrated in biblical studies and shit. And they think he's changed, and then all of a sudden he's doing some crazy shit. You know what I mean? And then they act like they don't know anything. And then they want to hold the council hostage. Like, well, you need to approve it, or else 300 people are going to be out in the street. 300 men are going to be out in the street. It's unfair. It's like not. It's unfair to the men and women, but like mostly in the men. The crossroads is the men's shelter. Yeah. But I think the worst part about all of it, that really fucking upsets me the most, is that they allow these agencies to hold them captive They want to pretend they have a moral compass. They want to pretend they give a, but ultimately at the end of the day, they don't give a good goddamn about any of that. And they show it every single time. They show it. You know what I mean? Thankfully, you know, like we were signed up to speak, and without all the people showing up, me and Jesse still couldn't talk on this particular subject, because if we could, we would have a whole bunch of shit to say.
Yeah.
Like a whole bunch of shit, especially like with the men. Like some men used to refer to those places just a place, your own business, go to sleep, and that's it. You get the fuck in the morning, or you couldn't get in the door. And they will try their best to seek washing up somewhere else, so they could just go in and lay down and go to sleep. But they'd have to keep every fucking thing on them, like in the like. You know what it's like? Like I mean, I couldn't understand it until I had to be in a situation like that, right? To put your things, to put your phone and your valuables in your underclothes. Because you might fall asleep because you've been outside all motherfucking day trying to hustle a little money or food or something in your underclothes, because and then to wake up and knowing that somebody got in your, you know what I mean? Somebody was trying to take off your belt or something to get in there, right? You know what I mean? Let's say. So like, yeah, okay. My shoulder is hurting. So you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I had to try it for myself. Yep, exactly what I'm talking about. So yeah, they basically showed it. So it's like, and why wouldn't, if I was on city council, right? Why would never let this pass? Why would never let this happen? Because I'm the type of individual that doesn't like excuses, right? And I don't like people playing in my face, right? I don't like people playing with me.
Right.
And I don't like when I know something is a lie, I call it out. Like, I don't care. I really don't have no filter. I try to work on that, right? But I don't have no filter. Sorry, my house closed. I had to get on here real quick because I was so irate, and they wouldn't let me speak. So I had to get on here real quick, to speak my mind.
Then I hear the smoke after that. It's like, yeah.
I was so irate because now
I think that's the cricket.
Yeah.
Or running your household. Let's say the household, right? Like, say I choose not to pay my motherfucking light bill. And it did charge me some ridiculous. Hold on, I'm fixing my hand. Okay, to pay, like, I'll give you a prime example. Xfinity, right? Xfinity is a cable internet company, right? Xfinity got beside themselves. This is really happening right now in my life, right? Got beside themselves and tried to charge me like $300 or $300. 3 GBP, okay? Which it used to be $55. Right? But when a motherfucker fell on some severe hard times, like when they had to get their surgery, my financial aid, which is like only $200, got cut off because I was in the hospital. I was really sick, and I wasn't able to do what was necessary to keep it. Okay, falls on me. Well, I keep trying to tell I kept paying what I could. Okay, so if the bill was 65 and I only had 50, I gave him 50, right? And so the little remaining change kept adding up. So the remaining change added up to like $300. And when I call them, when I talk to them every motherfucking month about the same fucking problem, instead of fixing the problem, which would be like, I don't know, I've been with them long enough. You would think I could get a credit or some assistance or like a manageable. I mean, that's just like good. If you want to keep a customer and they're having struggles, like, work with the motherfucker, especially if the motherfucker consistently pays every month on their shit, right? So every month I pay my Xfinity bill. And when my money got shut off, I had to do what I had to do to get even just $50, $60 to pay it. Okay. And so I did that. And the remaining balance, it just kept adding up. So it added up to like $300. And I refused to fucking pay that, right? And I told him that. I was like, come on, man. Like, I was like, can we do something? Can we make it like a feasible thing to where I could turn it back on? Right? When they were not really receptive to what I was saying. Instead, they wanted to upsell me some shit. I was like, no, let's just work on this first, and then maybe I'll think about a bundle package. You dig? But let me try to get this in the right, in the green again. And they were being unreceptive. I was like, man, go ahead and shut that off. So what was my backup plan? Well, my backup plan was to use my phone for watching TV or doing whatever I'm doing, right? I couldn't use my StreamYard or nothing because everything is on the computer. So I would have to go and use Jesse's computer when I want to do the show. He did. So even right now, like, I'm using my phone to do this. That was my backup plan. Okay. Now, like, let's say it again. If I decided I didn't want to pay my electricity because, I don't know, Excel got beside themselves and decided because it's so fucking hot out, even though I don't run an AC or nothing, and I know how to conserve electricity by shutting off motherfucking lights, this had to raise my bill like fucking $24, $50. I couldn't handle it, right? Because I've been paying $30 because that's what I managed to get myself down to, and I've been consistent with keeping my bill at $30-something, $35 at the most, right? So if I've been consistent for over a year at $30-something with my electricity, and all of a sudden the shit just raise up, I'm gonna refuse to fucking pay. Well, what's my backup plan? Shit. Oh, junior arsonist. What the fuck you talking about? I know how to make fire. I know how to make light. What are you talking about? I know how to use the solar panels. You know what I mean? I know how to entertain myself, okay? I'm not even worried about it. Maybe it's for the best. You dig? That's the backup plan, right? Until they can work with me and I can get myself better, I can get myself another income source. That's what I would have to do, right? So, for example, with them, they have no contingency plans, right? If I stop receiving, let's say if I didn't receive food stamps and they decided to shut that shit off, what was my backup plan? Well, I got a full stock pantry, first of all. So that kind of like would defeat that. I at least got 2 months worth of pantry items that I can maneuver around, like beans and rice and canned goods, pretty whatever. You dig? That's not really an issue for me. The issue would probably be meat, fruits, and vegetables, right? That would probably be a bit of a struggle, and I would do my best to try to fulfill that struggle, if I need to. But wouldn't it probably be for the best, right? But I would find a way to go, and I'd probably hit up all these little pantries and shit, and do my best to, keep myself together. Because there's certain things that like meat and fish and shit provide for my body that I need, right? Like irons and proteins. Okay. Like my body really only my brain, especially my brain, functions better when I have irons and proteins. Okay. So there's a lot of things like I'm like the lack of, like they say it's hangry when I get cranky and shit when you don't eat. It's probably because I'm not getting the right shit, right? So these are simple fixes that a motherfucker would have to make adjustments for. But I know that and if need be, right? I'm not gonna fucking see you here and cry and whine and be like, I didn't have a backup plan. Oh no, a motherfucker has at least 5 different backup plans for T-Mobile for fucking internet. Do whatever I fucking want to. Fiscally responsible, financial crunch. It's not kind of like iffy, touch and go. I don't want to put myself in any kind of crunch or constraint because I live on a structured schedule or like a budget, a fixed income is what they refer to, how they refer it. Okay. So, I mean, my credit's fucking good. I could go anywhere. I could do whatever the fuck I want to. I could call CenturyLink right now and they could put up fucking internet. I call T-Mobile right now and they could put up the fucking internet. You see what I'm saying? I could get a fucking hotspot for free. I could do a whole bunch of shit I don't want to, but I'd end up having to pay for it ultimately. And if I'm not financially stable like I was before, even if it's $200-300 a month, right? I'm still financially stable, still able to do it. Do you understand? So I say all that to say that these motherfuckers have been playing in our face in the city of Denver. They don't have no real backup plans. And the mayor that was elected and did the white boy swooping on Jesse and shit, he's failed. They failed. City councils failed. It's all a big fucking failure. And at the end of the day, who suffers? Who suffers, family? The people. The people suffer. And so all that shit they just kind of pushed under the rug. They didn't give a fuck about all the raping and assaulting and physical fighting and all that shit that was happening. The rats, the food. They didn't care about the sleeping conditions. The fact that they got portable showers outside. For real? Like, what the fuck is the point of having a facility? Why are you getting all this money if you don't even have working plumbing inside? Right? And nobody questions that. Like, and I've been the one saying, fire everybody. Let it all go. Cancel these programs. Nobody wanted to ever listen to me, but now all of a sudden everybody wants to have a moral compass and be like, oh, it's a tragedy, but we're gonna pass it anyway. Man, that's a bullshit. That's all I wanted to say. It's really what I want to talk about. And I wanted to bring a little awareness of what's happening in the city of Denver, because we have a lot of motherfucking unhoused people, and a lot of them are men, a lot of them are women. But they see how they don't care about motherfucking women with children. It's all for show. It's all staged. It's like political theater, and it's not being reported. It's not being recorded. Nobody's like, it's one thing you're gonna be a whistleblower, man. Fucking whistleblow that shit to the news. You know what I mean? Fuck telling them now. Tell the news. Get it like that way people can know about it. Because if not, all this shit is gonna be internal investigations, which are like what the police do. And we never find out what really happens. You know, so we need to know. Yeah, and it is transparent. When you run public shelters, then public people need to know about it. Need to know about all of that, because then the awareness could be put, and then real motherfuckers can actually do something about it, instead of letting these false city council members who play with the purse handle business when they're really just concerned about how they look and whether or not they're going to be reelected. And in fact, nobody should be reelected in this next midterm and upcoming elections in the
No,
near
all of
future.
them need to be elected
Especially
to
if they're
go
on a
right
Democratic
straight to
ticket,
fucking jail for
because
human rights
they're
violations.
compelled to keep everything in benign neglect. They don't have a moral compass. They threw that moral compass out for the mighty dollar. You know what I mean? They threw that moral compass away when they chose to put other shit ahead of black people. You dig? So that's some serious shit. Anyway, what time is it? Frontline Black News comes on at 10, so I think something else is happening right now. I just got the notification, so go tune in over there. Thanks for watching. Thanks for swinging through. Thanks, Kari, for showing up. Sorry about your trolls. Y'all don't even look black, so this is a Black First platform. That's off top. So
we need the
thanks for
trolls.
watching,
That
and
show
thanks
that we're
for
doing something
listening
right.
about what's going on in the city of Denver in regards to the
I
shelter
love
situation
trolls.
and city council situation. And those that tune into the Jesse Paris feed about city council is watching on that too. Anyway, peace out. See y'all for Frontline Black News tonight at 10. Sorry, my head's starting to hurt, but yeah, 10 o'clock, I believe is the time. I also believe he's doing something right now, so I don't know. But go tune in over there. Anyway, peace. I gotta put the phone on the charger. Thanks for watching. Tune in for the RVA whenever I get to a computer. And keep in mind, Pride was a whole month, and they wanted to produce that. They wanted to go ahead and celebrate Pride for the whole month and try to use our foundational Black American talking points to push their Pride bullshit. Blackness, because we don't have Black people. We just have Black-looking people not doing the work for Black people. So keep that in mind too. All right, stay Black, stay dangerous, stay empowered. Peace.
Well, on that note right there, I don't know, Brother Che, if you could
The lawsuit is coming from inside government.
All right, go ahead, Shabaki.
Okay, like I said here off in the private chat, take this story to the Los Angeles Times first. Then take it to Cartoon News Network. Take it to Chris Cuomo. Then hit the Denver Post. And I'm going to tell you why. Because the LA Times, man, behind the New York Times and the Chicago Sun-Times, man, I think is the third largest newspaper outlet. Take it to the Associated Press, United Press International, if they're still in existence. You see what I mean? And you ought to get some momentum going in on that one, bro. For real. For real. Sound like the city of Denver's turning into a third world nation, man. With shit like this. Because you got unsafe living quarters. You got unsafe food. You see what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. That shit is bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's to the point. Okay. See, you got acts that are wrong or wrong within legal statutes. Then you also have acts that are wrong within themselves. And this is definitely a case of acts wrong within themselves. You see what I mean? That sounds like some shelters in Oakland.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna put on this last clip before we vote because we already
You all go, you all are approaching 5 hours now.
Yep.
And this last clip, I'm gonna have to go to save the data.
Yep. It just played.
Governor Polis's administration, an employee suing the Democratic governor, accusing him of collaborating with ICE in violation of state law.
That
court
case
hearing
right there is
today,
a
the
waste of
polls never
time
found out
because they'll
about it.
kick it up to the
Marshall
feds,
Zellinger
and
has
the
that.
feds are back.
Denver District Judge will
They
decide
already
if the
did
state
it in
can
Los
respond to this immigration subpoena. The subpoena from the Department of Homeland Security seeks employment records and contact information for 36 adults who are sponsors of unaccompanied immigrant minors. Colorado law prevents sharing information with ICE unless it's for a court-issued subpoena, which this is not. Information can also be shared if it's for a criminal investigation. But on the stand today, a member of the governor's cabinet could not explain what that investigation was.
Sitting here today on behalf of the governor's office, is there any specific criminal investigation that the governor's office contends this subpoena was issued in relation to?
Not that I'm aware of. That's Joe Barella. He's executive director of Colorado's Department of Labor and Employment, which received this subpoena from ICE. And as we learned today, it is not the first.
When was the last subpoena you received from ICE prior to the April 24th subpoena?
I believe we received one in March of this year.
Was that subpoena responded to?
I believe it was. As part of his testimony, Barella said the decision to comply was made after a meeting with himself, the governor's staff, a chief strategy officer, and members of the attorney general's office. So we asked Democratic Attorney General and gubernatorial candidate Phil Weiser why he thought sharing the personal information would not violate state law. A spokesman for Weiser said, quote, "If there was any consensus in the meeting described, the Colorado Department of Law wasn't part of it." That statement from the state's attorney general suggests the governor's office overrode any legal opinion. I'll definitely have to look more into that. The judge did not seem swayed that the subpoena was a bona fide criminal investigation. He likened it more to a welfare check to see if everything's okay, which happens before any true criminal investigation. Kyle, the hearing continues tomorrow, and the judge will decide if no action needs to be taken, the information can be shared, or if there needs to be a temporary
Brother Che, you fall asleep.
Injunction preventing that from happening.
At the very least, at some point, the governor's going to have to come out and talk about this because there's lots of people included
Instead of the governor.
Yep.
But yeah, at some point, we'll get the governor to talk about this.
Marshall, thank you. President Trump now says that there's a ceasefire in the war between Israel and Iran, although it is not clear at this hour if that's true. The Israeli military declined comment on Trump's claim when asked by the New York Times, and there's no comment from Iran's military. But still, Trump and his Republican allies are declaring victory as Democrats and some other Republicans in Congress question whether the president had constitutional authority to strike Iran. Iran launched a pretty feeble counterattack on a U.S. military base in Qatar today. No casualties were reported. Trump said on social media that Iran had given prior notice of the counterstrike so that it could be handled, allowed them to save face after his attack on their nuclear program over the weekend. The impact of the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear sites is still not clear. National intelligence leaders are supposed to brief the Senate tomorrow. Colorado's Democratic Senators Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper have both stopped short of criticizing the U.S. military action. They said that they want to avoid U.S. involvement in a full-scale war, but they also emphasize the danger of Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon. Democrats in Colorado's House delegation have been more critical. This from Representative Jason Crow, who's on House Armed Services. He says Trump exceeded.
Yes,
Brother Che. It sounds like you're getting ready to fall asleep, man.
Yeah. Hurry up and like just let's go ahead and end it. Let's go ahead and end it.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'll give you all a call tomorrow when I get from the doctor's office.
Okay,
All right. Okay. Y'all have a nice night. Well, it's morning time now. All right. Okay. I'll talk to y'all later on today.
Okay.
All right. I'm out. Okay.
Thank you. Stop there, but thank you.
All right. Thank y'all for tapping in. I'm going to close it out now.
What? Thank y'all for watching For Life Black News. Stay black, stay dangerous. Join us possibly tomorrow or later on today for something. I don't know what we got going on. But just stay tuned in. Keep your notifications on. We'll be back. Thank you for watching.
We'll be back till Friday.
We'll be back. So we won't be back till Saturday.
Friday.
In the morning.
That's Friday.
Jesus Christ. We'll be back Friday for Shabaka Grand Rising with Shabaka the Chase in the morning. And Saturday for Front Line Black News. Okay? So stay black, stay dangerous, stay empowered. Maybe I'll get lucky and I can do the RVA. All right. Peace out. Good night.
what Lady Chase said. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms for Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So peace, love, light, reparations, and mass deportations. Shane Krumah and Lady Chase signing off from the Mile High Income Illegal Migrant Flooded City. Soon to be deported city. Being deported right now. Peace.